Recording in progress.
Time is 6:32 p.m. Calling to order this June 25th, 2026 meeting of the Emeryville Planning Commission. Prior to the roll call being called, I would like to note for the minutes that pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953, Commissioner Gould will be participating by teleconference. The teleconference location has been identified in the notice and agenda for the meeting. And now the roll call, please.
Sure. Commissioner Chafe is absent. Commissioner Gould?
Here.
Commissioner Martinez?
Here.
Commissioner Rivera?
Here.
Commissioner Small?
Here.
Vice Chair Henme?
Here.
And Chair Wax?
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Okay.
Chair.
Through the chair,
Yeah.
if I may.
Go ahead.
I just want to check with the remote commissioner if they've had the agenda posted at their location.
Yes, I do.
And do you have any other adults in the room with you?
Surprisingly not, no.
And is your location accessible to the public?
It is.
Okay, and we just need you to keep your camera on during the duration of the meeting.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
And everybody can hear Commissioner Gould? And Commissioner Gould can hear us?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. All right, then. In that case, we are moving on to public comment. This period is usually used for items that are not on the agenda. Tonight, I just want to emphasize what our rules are going to be because we usually don't have such a large house in here or such public interest in our items at the Planning Commission. So for all public comments tonight, I'm giving people 3 minutes each, and following what the City Council does by standard, we're going to allow people to yield time to each other up to 2 per one speaker. If you've never done this before, if you see a speaker up there and you'd like them to be able to keep talking as they're running out of time, please visibly identify yourself and say, I would like to yield my time to the speaker, and they can have your time. 2 times per speaker limit. This is how they've been doing it in City Council, so following that form. With that said, is there anybody who would like to make public comment with a reminder that we will have a comment section for Sutter Health?
My name is Scott Donahue. I am an Emeryville resident for many years and was on the city council for 8 years. I noticed that one of the things that often the Planning Commission doesn't really measure are decibels at night in contrast to quiet, and decibels during the day in contrast to the relative din of noise, just as a way of looking at impacts for any one development. I think that this is potentially known information that I've never seen in any of our projects coming forward, that this is something that really affects people. Sometimes people lose sleep because of this contrast that I'm talking about. And, you know, it's potentially a medical issue that really should be a part of the approval process. You know, that's just something I noticed. Another thing that I noticed is that when looking at a city from any time of year, it just can look so different. The light on December 21st is this narrower band by dramatic margins, something that's, you know, maybe 30, 40 degrees difference to the spring that's way June 21st. And the nature of how light affects our city is so dramatically changed depending upon time of year. So that's all I wanted to say.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Brandon Soublé, and I live in Emeryville Village. In a few minutes, you're going to get a presentation from Sutter about their proposed new hospital. I wanted to supplement their presentation with some information that they likely won't volunteer. The 785,000 square foot hospital that Sutter is proposing is almost exactly the same size as the Kaiser Oakland Hospital, but Sutter is trying to squeeze it into a footprint half the size. Worse, while Kaiser sits at the intersection of two major arterials, MacArthur and Broadway, this site is dropped onto a T intersection of two-lane roads with raised bike lanes. Sutter's presentation will likely say that the hospital will be 15 or 17 stories, but not mention a specific height. Sutter has conceded that their plans call for a 330-foot tall tower. This would be the tallest building in the city and will require an amendment to the city's general plan. A structure that height would cast a shadow 1.5 miles long in morning and evening hours year-round. It's also unlikely that Sutter's presentation will cover concrete benefits to Emeryville. As a nonprofit, Sutter won't be paying property taxes or business taxes. A one-time $11 million property transfer tax is nothing compared to the financial benefits Sutter will see from this project. Additionally, at least 1/3 of Emeryville residents are Kaiser members. People like me will bear all of the burdens of this project while seeing none of the benefits. Sutter's presentation will not tell you about any of the neighborhood spillover effects from this project. They've admitted that their traffic projections stop at the property line. They might even omit their projection of 20,000 vehicle trips per day through the project site at completion. They probably won't show you what 1,800 peak hour vehicle trips will do to Hollis, Horton, 53rd, Stanford, Pellado, and San Pablo. They'll likely admit that the existing 2,000 car parking garage puts them in a parking deficit and that they plan to shuttle 20 to 30% of staff from off-site. They won't tell you that charging for parking in their garage will cause hospital visitors to seek the free, unrestricted parking on local residential streets and private property. I'm sure they won't tell you that Sutter quietly pushed state legislation to force the city to expedite any challenges to the EIR. In short, Commissioners, Sutter wants all the space, all the profit, and expedited legal paths from the state, while leaving Emeryville residents to deal with the gridlock, shadows, and parking spillover. Since people like me bear 100% of the burden of this project, we expect the Commission to stand up for us. Please look past the sanitized slides they're about to show you, acknowledge the reality of our narrow streets, and demand a bulletproof EIR that forces Sutter to be a real neighbor, not just a corporate tenant. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Byron Soublé, and I've lived right on the Emeryville-North Oakland border for 37 years. I am deeply worried about 20,000 daily car trips will do to our community safety. Sutter's site might sit in Emeryville, but the traffic does not care about city borders. The streets leading to this campus run through a highly active, vulnerable community hub within just blocks, we have schools, a senior center, a public library, recreation center, and multiple daycare. Our aging neighbors rely on walkable streets, but the roads are already dangerous. Right now, before the hospital is even built, drivers routinely blow through stop signs in the neighborhood, endangering vulnerable populations. It's gotten so bad that the apartment complex on 52nd and Martin Luther King has been crashed into repeatedly by reckless drivers. Now, Sutter wants to add 18,000 peak vehicles to these roads. If drivers are already running the stop signs and crashing into buildings on these narrow roads, what happens when you flood the neighborhood with thousands of drivers rushing to a medical center? Environmental review for this project needs to consider spillover into our neighborhoods. The seniors walking to the senior centers and the family using the daycares deserve protections. I ask the Commission to ensure that the EIR forces Sutter to pay for real physical traffic calming and safety measures in Oakland as well as Emeryville. Thank you.
Hi, oops. Hi, good evening. My name is Linda Henderson, and I've been a resident of Emeryville. Yeah.
So first of all, I want to take a moment to remind everybody in the chambers that we are going to have a comment period specifically for Sutter after the Sutter presentation and the commissioner's questions before we get to our comments. But also, we do have a commissioner here who has to recuse herself from Sutter and shouldn't be in the room for any Sutter-related comments. Now, I always leave this as free comment time because that is actually what it is. But if people want to continue commenting on Sutter, we're going to need to do recusals now.
I just want to note that I need to recuse myself from any comments related to the Sutter item because of a conflict of interest in my household. So with that, I'll just excuse myself now, since that seems to be part of the public comment. I'd love to hear comments about other things unrelated to that item, but since that's the nature of it, that's what I'm going to do now.
Okay, can we reset the speaker's time, please? Thank you.
No worries. May I proceed? Okay. Okay, thank you. My name is Linda Henderson. I've been a resident for Emeryville for 23 years in the Doyle Street co-housing community. I'm also a professor emerita in communication and project management at the University of San Francisco. I've spent a good portion of my career consulting to and managing large large-scale projects. And I'm here tonight because I'd like to share with you 3 areas that I'm concerned about and ask for your consideration in your deliberations. I'm also taking seriously that this is a study session, so I'm hoping that my comments will be taken in that vein. My first comment has to do with the alignment with the general plan. It seems to me that before asking the city to consider amending its general plan, Sutter Health should first demonstrate how its proposal advances the goals that are already expressed in that plan. I encourage you, as the commissioners, to ask Sutter to clearly demonstrate how its proposal advances Emeryville's adopted goals, including livable neighborhoods, pedestrian safety. I lost my place, excuse me. Pedestrian safety and neighborhood character and long-term sustainability. The general plan reflects, as I have read it and been a part of the Emeryville for so many years, it reflects a lot of time, years of public engagement and thoughtful planning by the city and its residents. If Sutter Health seeks to amend that plan, shouldn't it first demonstrate why the amendment is necessary and how it better serves Emeryville's long-term goals? In light of that, I think that there are several assumptions that need to be addressed. Since the public descriptions on the Sutter proposal have grown substantially, what assumptions and forecasts and analyses will you require Sutter to provide in support of its proposal? What alternatives did Sutter Health evaluate before arriving at this very substantial increase in scale? And lastly, how will future infrastructure and transportation and public services and maintenance costs compare with the long-term benefits that Sutter Health projects for Emeryville? In closing, I appreciate the thoughtful work, can I finish this? The thoughtful work reflected in the staff report. I've read that, it's excellent. And I encourage you as commissioners to really continue applying that level of rigor throughout your review. Good planning does begin with good questions. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, that seems to conclude the public comment. So we're going to move on to approval of action minutes for April 23rd, 26. Does anybody have a motion or an issue?
Move to adopt.
Approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. On the motion by Vice Chair Hemme to approve the April 23rd, 2026 minutes, seconded by Commissioner Rivera, I'll call for a vote. Commissioner Chafe is absent. Commissioner Gould?
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez?
Aye.
Commissioner Rivera?
Aye.
Commissioner Small is absent. Vice Chair Hemme?
Aye.
And Chair Wags.
Aye. All right, the Community Development Director's report is next.
Thank you, Chair. Quick recap of City Council action since we last met in April on items relating to the Community Development Department. On May 5th, the City Council authorized execution of a contract amendment with West Coast Code Consultants for continued building services through the rest of the fiscal year. On May 19th, the Council authorized an execution of a grant recipient agreement with the Emeryville Commerce Connection for production of the city's first restaurant week, which will be held in October this year. The council also adopted the first reading of the ordinance implementing the remaining portions of Program LL that required a general plan amendment, that is Program LL of the housing element of the general plan, as recommended by this commission on April 23rd. The council has selected awardees for the 2026 Visual Arts Grants Program and authorized a commitment letter providing approximately $31.7 million in permanent financing for the 4300 San Pablo Avenue Intergenerational Affordable Housing Project. That commitment allows this project to apply for tax credits this July. On June 2nd, the council authorized execution of a contract with Hello Housing for continued assistance with our affordable housing program and adopted the second reading of that aforementioned ordinance relating to Housing Element Program LL, which completed this implementing action in totality. And the council also adopted the mid-year or mid-cycle budget adjustments for fiscal 26 and 27. Commissioner Gould, we get a little feedback when you're unmuted through the, thank you.
Sorry about
No worries. On June 16th, the council reappointed Commissioners Chafe and Gould to the Planning Commission, so congratulations to you both. And the council also made appointments to other advisory committees as well, authorized execution of an agreement with Alameda County for continued participation in the Urban County for Community Development Block Grant Program, and held a public hearing and approved a noise waiver for the Rivian Service Center, installation of public art, which required layout to be done after hours. Past events, recently held Bike to Wherever Day was held on May 14th. The Bay Area Black Fashion Expo at Bay Street was on Juneteenth and was very well attended. June 6th, the East Bay Municipal Utility District's East Bay Gardens Open House Tour included Emeryville's own Pelledu Park. And city staff was on hand to answer questions from attendees about that project. Upcoming events include Drag Bingo at the Senior Center on June 26th from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Triangle neighborhood will have a community meeting with the police department focused on public safety on the 27th from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. at the Senior Center. And the Rotten City Cultural District residency that's ongoing now for the East Bay Artist Circle will hold a community critique group on June 28th from 1 to 4 p.m. and its closing party will be on July 11th from 2 to 6 p.m. Those events both at the Rotten City Cultural District headquarters located at Bay Street. A couple of notable milestones, recent milestones. We held the final inspection for the Coach store at Bay Street around April 30th, and we issued a temporary certificate of occupancy for Boot Barn next to the Total Wine and More store on June 10th. That store is planning a grand opening tentatively for July 10th at noon, and more info to come on that as plans are solidified. That concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioners? No questions? All right, closing that item. Thank you. Now we are on to disclosure of ex parte communications and identification of conflicts of interest.
I have one disclosure. In March of 2025, I took a very general meeting with a representative from Sutter where we discussed in general terms the development in Emeryville, the importance of multimodal connectivity in the general plan, and the likelihood of community benefits being involved in any part of a permitting process. Since that general meeting, I have avoided taking meetings with anyone else on this matter.
I have also done basically exactly the same thing, took a call with Sutter Health during the same period on the same basis, and have not met with anyone else other than attending some public meetings on the subject, which I did not comment on. And that does it for ex parte. All right, on to the big item. Study session 7.1, Sutter Hospital Medical Center.
Okay, let's see. Good evening, Chair Wax, Commissioners. I'm Miru Desai. I'm the Planning Manager, and I will be the project planner for this proposal. So this is a Planning Commission study session. Just as a reminder, and for those who may be new to this concept, we have been doing study sessions in the city for the last 20-odd years, primarily on large projects. This is a way for us to, for the commission to get public comments when a project is early in its stage, and also for the commission to provide comments to the applicant when it's very early in the stage. So that is what we are going to be doing today. The commission will not be asked to make any decision. There will be no action item here. There's no consideration to approve, deny, or even commit yourselves to any aspect of the project. So this is the overall outline of the presentation today. I'm going to start with some regulatory history of the site, because this site has been entitled for a very long time, and it's important to understand that before we hear the proposal from Sutter. So after I'm done with the regulatory history, Sutter will come and they will present their proposal for the site. Once they are done, I will be back and I will walk you through the preliminary analysis of general plan and zoning, what will environmental review look like, what will it include, and I will summarize various community and committee and staff comments that have been made so far on this project. Then a little bit on permits and process, and then I will leave the presentation identifying 5 broad issues for the commission to consider. And after that, you can open up for questions to me or to the applicant, and then, of course, to the public at large. Okay, so this is the site in context of the city boundary. Chiron PUD PDP. You're going to be hearing this phrase a lot, so let me define that. PUD stands for Planned Unit Development. And the way to understand it is that our code, our municipal code allows, and a lot of cities have the concept of Planned Unit Development, which is basically for large sites, such as this, which is 22 acres, which allows flexibility to the developer to create the development that they are doing. So it's essentially creating a zone, and it outlines various parameters for it. And so it'll be a PUD zone. We have in our city about 5 of them. Bay Street is one of them. The Emery was also a PUD, just for context. PDB. PDP stands for Preliminary Development Plan, and that is really the details of what is included in the zone, meaning the height, meaning the FAR, other metrics that we may evaluate any development proposal. So the reason this site is called Chiron PUD PDP was because back in 1995, the city approved a PUD for Chiron Life Science Campus. And the approval was for really 14 new buildings, which included 7 labs, 3 office towers, parking structures, and support facilities that were to be built out over 30 years. So these entitlements have stayed. And this is sort of the massing of that original entitlement. You can see at the bottom is Hollis, and at the background, that's Horton. Chiron, just going back, Chiron ended up building basically 3 new buildings. One was the lab building, which is at the corner of Hollis and 53rd, and a utility plant and the parking structure. So they did not go ahead and build the entire, did not do the build out, in short. And then Chiron sells this entitlement to a pharmaceutical company called Novartis. And before we move away from Chiron, just a little tidbit. Scientists at Chiron in Emeryville invented the world's first genetically engineered vaccine for Hep A, sequenced the HIV genome, and discovered the hepatitis C virus. So that's a lot of history and significance that Chiron did for city of Emeryville. Anyway, so in 2006, they sell their entire entitlement to Novartis. Novartis builds the Hollis Green, that's the little green area on Hollis. Fast forward 2013, Novartis sells a portion of their PUD/PDP to another pharmaceutical company called Grifols. Then in 2019, Novartis sells their remaining portion of PUD to Biomed Realty BMR. Now, so this would be the ownership structure when BMR acquires. So everything in dark is Grifols. It's owned by Grifols, and it continues to be owned by Grifols. And the remainder area was what BMR bought from Novartis. In 2021, this Planning Commission approved entitlements for 5 buildings, 1 parking structure, and 4 R&D buildings. And BMR renamed the whole campus to Emery Yards. And this is what they were entitled to, the 4 new buildings. And this is the massing of the 4 new buildings. What they did end up building was the parking structure on Horton and this shell building along Hollis. So those were the only 2 buildings that BMR bought before they sold the campus to Sutter last year. So we are back now to Sutter, and the orange area is the project site that Sutter controls, and that is where all the development needs to take place. So just to put that in context. So I'm going to let Sutter kind of go through their proposal, other than just simply giving you some tidbits. They're proposing 2 new buildings. One is the hospital. It's a 325-bed hospital, and a new building, B1, which is a medical office or housing. So their proposal to the city is that B1 down the road will either be a medical office or be a housing for their employees. And the existing buildings are going to be reused for various things. So this is their proposal. So like I'd mentioned, the new building that they're proposing is the hospital, which is right here. And the second new building that they have proposed is the B1 site, which is right here. Again, the proposal is that this future project will either be a medical office, which is 50 feet in height and 3-stories tall, or it can be a residential project with 57 1-bedroom units for their employees. So that's the 2 new buildings. The remaining buildings will be reused for medical offices, which is right here, and as well as the existing La Goreta building. They will continue to use the garage that they have for their needs. The other thing they're also doing is there is a PUD building right here that is going to be demolished to incorporate their shuttle depot. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to the Sutter applicant team to come and share their proposal.
I have a question on the regulatory history. Would you mind going back to the BMR tower drawing? Yes, no, that one, next, that one. What was the height of building 1 that was approved?
That I knew I was going to get asked. The height of B1 was 178 feet.
178. And in the before that, under the Chiron scheme, you also showed massing heights. What was the maximum height approved.
Oh, sorry, I'm going the wrong
in the
way.
Chiron drawing.
The maximum height is 325 feet
In the Chiron scheme.
in the Chiron scheme. Yeah. So the maximum height that can occur given the existing entitlements is 225, not 325.
220.
225 feet.
Okay. And would you mind showing that drawing again? The
The Chiron massing?
Chiron, yes. There. So it shows 225 to the 245 to the top of the penthouse, actually. So I guess the 225 was kind of the main height.
Correct.
And then the penthouse was an exception beyond that height limit. Okay. But it is at 245 to the top of the penthouse. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. All right, so I will now invite Sutter to come and talk about their proposal. Did not mean to have that. All right, let me set this up for you.
Just gonna maximize that. Evening, commissioners. My name is Vahram Masahian. I'm a project manager with Sutter Health. Folks call me V for short, if that's easier. We're excited to be here, and this is the beginning of I think a process that we're going to be, rolling up our sleeves and working together with you all and the community to bring to fruition, hopefully a healthy, vibrant medical center here in Emeryville. We've had a number of meetings, as you're aware, and some of you have attended, I believe. And I'm going to keep my portion of the presentation short. As a study session, we really want to be able to hear from you and the community. So the project is a major investment by Sutter in the East Bay, over $1 billion. And it will be hopefully a real destination for both our ambulatory care services, and ambulatory means our outpatient clinics, surgery centers, non-acute. Our acute care facility, we hope to site in Emeryville in your community as a partner to that ambulatory. So the acute care would be in the hospital, and the ambulatory care would be in the other buildings that we would be renovating from biotech R&D to ambulatory care, to medical services. It's a sizable effort, and we're very much looking forward to the opportunity to partner, like I said, with you all in that effort, bringing many jobs and opportunities to the community. Just a view into the landscape of healthcare in the East Bay. I'm sure all of you are very familiar with it, but just looking north to south from Berkeley, we do have two existing campuses in Berkeley at the Harrah campus and Alta Bates. Both those two campuses would remain, but the acute care services at Alta Bates would be transferred to your community here in Emeryville as proposed. Stanford also has a presence here, an outpatient presence just down the road. Like I said, we would have a comprehensive footprint here of both outpatient, ambulatory, and inpatient care. There's been sizable investments made in Oakland at UCSF Benioff, and Sutter has made investments at its Summit campus as well, continues to do so, as does Kaiser. And at the south end, we have Highland Hospital. Like I said, I'm going to keep this short, and I'm going to pass it over to other members of the team who can get into some of the more specifics. Sam Monaco from Sutter, from Smith Group. Okay. let me find that. You can use the down arrow.
The down arrow?
Yeah, down and up.
Down and up, okay. Hi, Commissioners, thank you so much. I'm Sam D'Amico, I'm a design director with Smith Group Architects, and I'm just gonna take you through some of what Maru already shared, but I just wanted to run you through it. So here is a plan that shows the existing condition, with the light blue buildings being the existing buildings with the exception of the PDU building, which is as an opportunity to take that down and make a shuttle stop. So this is our existing condition. We know 53rd going up and down, the bay is to the top, and of course Hollis Street and Horton Street that surround the site. When we look at the proposed site, it is in the center of the site. That's the darker blue, that is the hospital that will be there. There's several things that we have to consider as go into the building design for that first floor in particular, because of the emergency department, the main entry, loading dock, all of those sort of things are happening at the ground plane, and it's really important to try to minimize the impact of the building when it hits the ground. We did have a lot of studies early on about bringing cars, whether it be a lay-by or driving under the building in a way, which you see off of 53rd, so that we could pull traffic off the building. So when we talk about this area here, the drop-off, rather than just a lay-by, in this condition for the main entry, we've cut the building back in order to get most of the cars off the street. And in this location is our ED entry location. Of course, the light blue are the existing buildings, the existing parking structure, Chiron Building, and 555 Hollis. And then the future site that Maru talked about, whether it be an MOB or residential. This is just a good aerial view to kind of show the existing condition. You see the existing parking structure, Chiron, 555, Hollis. The proposed site is right in the center, and then that future site is off to the right next to Stanford. So the hospital will be 15 stories of occupied space. There is indeed 2 more levels, if you will, of mechanical and penthouse that was mentioned before. It will be 785,000 square feet. It will be up to 325 beds of inpatient care, which would include labor and delivery, neonatal care, medical surgical, adult medical surgical, and some intensive care. And as I mentioned, the emergency department is at the ground floor, and there will be some operating rooms, and the rooftop helipad will also be included. We're looking at an all-electric building, highly sustainable, and then looking at some cutting-edge medical equipment to provide the best possible care. You saw this image earlier. It's from the 2021 previously approved Chiron PDP document. The reason I bring it back up is, and I think you've already pointed it out, is that to the last occupied floor, it's at 225, and the penthouse is at 245. The reason I bring it up is what we were looking at, and Maru mentioned a 50-foot high building potentially in the future in this location. We're looking at moving the mass of the complex to the center. So the hospital site is the one that is up to 330 feet to the top, very tippy top. We're looking to move the mass from the corner to the center of the site. This is a diagram that indicates how the building will stack as far as program. Again, I mentioned at the ground floor is the emergency, the main entry, and the drop-off that happens under the building. There will be dining facilities and kitchen, labs. The red is the procedural, ORs and things of that nature, labor and delivery, and then the darker blue is ICU, intensive care, neonatal care, and then the light blue is the inpatient care rooms at the top. So the last occupied floor, which is 15 stories, the top of the roof is at 268, but at the very tippy top, when you put the mechanical, the overrun for the elevator, sort of that mechanical piece, it does hit to 330, and looking for an adjustment at the general plan. This is just a massing diagram. Don't think of it as the architecture, but I think what it does start to talk about, this is along 53rd and the main entry off of 53rd. The idea is to really try to bring down the scale of the building at the pedestrian level, and how it will be something similar to scale, we'll call it the podium, for the larger floor plates that have to exist for the hospital, and how that would relate to some of the existing character around at that level. And then the bed floors happen above that. The intensive care and the medical surgical would be the buildings above. And then you can see, as I was talking before, about the penthouse and how it's a small structure that sits up top. But we want to be clear that to that point is 330, but the roof of the lower is at 268. Another view just from Chiron. This is the emergency entrance side for walk-in that would happen. Ambulances come in off of the back end of the building. And again, sort of something that maintains a scale. We're looking at trying to maintain a scale that's relative to the building surrounding, and then the tower itself sits above it. Now we're going to talk a little bit about some site circulation, and Tricia's going to come up here and start this part. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Tricia Dudala with Hexagon Transportation Consultants, and I will be presenting some traffic-related aspects associated with the proposed project. So the project site is located approximately half a mile from the Emeryville Amtrak station and also half a mile from the San Pablo Avenue corridor, which is served by several AC transit bus lines. And it is located about 1.5 miles from the MacArthur BOT station and about 2 to 2.5 miles from the West Oakland BOT station. And the project would operate a dedicated shuttle service between the health campus and the transit stations. And the project will also implement a transportation demand management plan to encourage employees and visitors to the campus to use alternative transportation modes. However, given the nature of the proposed use, being a hospital and medical office, most of the employees and patients to the campus are expected to drive. So on-site parking for the health center would be accommodated within the Horton Street parking garage, which is an existing 2,000 space parking garage that is located just to the south of 53rd Street. And what we did is we did a traffic feasibility study for the full build-out of the proposed project, which includes the hospital and the 3 medical office buildings. And the traffic study evaluated the existing roadway constraints surrounding the project site. And I'd like to just talk about those constraints as shown on this slide. The first one is the Horton Street traffic diverter, which is located on Horton Street just north of 53rd Street, which restricts vehicular through traffic on Horton Street. And the second one is Chiron Way, which is a narrow 2-way street where southbound Chiron is restricted to left turns only. So vehicles are not able to or cannot make a right turn onto 53rd Street. So the existing constraints in the roadway network would limit vehicular traffic to and from the health center. So I'd like to just go into the details of these constraints, the next slides. This is the photo showing the Horton Street and 53rd Street traffic diverter looking north on Horton Street. Because through vehicular traffic is restricted on Horton Street, all traffic that would come from the north via Powell via Powell and Hollis, all of the traffic would be funneled through the 53rd Street and Hollis Street intersection, which would result in long delays and congestion for on the 53rd Street, Hollis Street, and Powell Street, and also in the surrounding streets around the project site. Therefore, in order to improve the site access and circulation to and from the health campus, it is recommended to remove or relocate the existing traffic diverter to allow vehicles to through traffic on Horton Street at 53rd Street intersection. In order to facilitate through traffic through this intersection, traffic signal modification would be required, and also to facilitate pedestrian and bicycle crossing across this intersection. So the feasibility study concentrated on the area that is in the immediate vicinity of the project site, extending from Powell Street to the north to 40th Street to the south, and Horton Street to the west, and Hollis Street to the east. So a traffic simulation analysis was conducted for the existing plus project traffic conditions. And this slide basically shows what the congestion would be with the traffic diverter in place. You can see that there's like long queues that would extend from the Horton Street and 53rd Street intersection, extending to Hollis and Powell Street. There's going to be long congestion on Paladue, and also on the south side, where the queues would extend and affect traffic operations along 40th Street. This slide shows what the traffic operations or the congestion would be without the traffic diverter. By allowing vehicles to, for traffic that's coming from the north, by removing the traffic diverter, they can bypass the Powell and Hollis Street intersection and take Paladue to Stanford, and Stanford, and make a left onto Stanford and make a left turn onto Horton Street in order to access the parking garage. So all of the project traffic that is going directly to the parking garage can avoid the Hollis and Powell Street intersections. So the analysis shows that the congestion, the traffic conditions would be better. The vehicular traffic conditions would be better with the removal of the traffic diverter. And again, what I just showed previously and now is the AM peak hour traffic conditions, and the queues are basically of the queues, the long queues that were shown in red basically shows the inbound traffic that's coming into the health center, because during the AM peak hour, there's more traffic coming into the site. This slide shows what the traffic conditions would be in the PM peak hour with the traffic diverter. As you can see, all of the traffic that's leaving the Horton Street parking garage, there are two exit driveways for the Horton Street parking garage, and both of those driveways are restricted to left turns only. So all traffic would have to make a left turn onto Horton Street and use the Horton and 53rd Street intersection to make a right turn onto 53rd. And all of the traffic would basically arrive at the Hollis and 53rd Street intersection, and then based on their destinations, they make a left turn or a right turn, or probably just go through. And the next slide shows the PM peak hour operations, traffic conditions with the traffic diverter removed. Compared to with the traffic diverter, the congestion would improve, but you would still see, or the analysis, our analysis showed that there would still be some queues along Horton Street between 40th Street and the parking garage, and along some queues along 53rd Street in the eastbound direction, and Stanford Avenue in the eastbound direction, and also Hollis going northbound. This is Chiron Way. This is a photo of the intersection of Chiron Way and 53rd Street. Currently, southbound Chiron Way is restricted to left turns only, and the project is proposing the drop-off area for the hospital emergency and also all of the medical office buildings along Chiron Way. Access to the ambulances would also be provided on Chiron Way, and truck access to the medical office buildings would also be located on Chiron Way. So in order to improve access or circulation along Chiron Way, it is recommended that Chiron Way be converted to a one-way street in the southbound direction, allowing both left turns and right turns onto 53rd Street. By converting Chiron Way to a one-way street, it allows for better maneuverability for service trucks to enter and exit the driveways compared to the narrow lanes in the current two-way configuration. Also, better operations would be observed or attained in the drop-off areas for the medical office building and the hospital emergency, as vehicles can easily enter and exit without conflicting traffic. This slide shows the pedestrian circulation. The yellow highlight basically shows the pedestrian axis between the parking garage, the shuttle plaza, the hospital, and the medical office building. So there would be continuous pedestrian axis that would connect all of these buildings. And the project will construct new sidewalk along the west side of Chiron Way, along the hospital's frontage. And the project would also install a new crosswalk on Chiron Way that would connect the new sidewalk on the west side of Chiron Way along the hospital frontage to the east side of Chiron Way, the existing sidewalk on the east side of Chiron Way, so that there's a continuous pedestrian facility along Chiron Way. The project will, and also on 53rd Street, to provide access to the hospital's main drop-off, there would be two curb cuts to provide for like an inbound and an outbound driveway. The curb cuts or the driveways would be designed in coordination with the city to minimize impacts to pedestrian and bicycle travel. And there would also be a curb cut on Horton Street at the shuttle plaza to allow shuttles to basically turn into and out of the shuttle depot. This slide shows the existing bicycle facilities and circulation around the project site. The lines shown in pink are separated bikeways at sidewalk level. On Horton Street, between 45th Street and 53rd Street, and on 53rd Street between Horton Street and Hollis Street. These, the separated bikeway was constructed as mitigation for the Biomed Realty project. There are also bike lanes, separated bike lanes on Horton Street to the north of 53rd Street between 53rd and Stanford Avenue. There are also bike lanes on Stanford Avenue and Horton Street to the north of Stanford Avenue. And 53rd Street to the east of Hollis and Stanford Avenue to the east of Hollis, they're both designated as bicycle boulevards. And the paths that are shown in green are basically the existing shared pedestrian and bike paths, the Emeryville Greenway bike paths and the South Bayfront pathway. And the project is not proposing any modifications to the existing bicycle infrastructure. This slide shows the circulation for the shuttles. The shuttles would basically operate between the health campus and the satellite parking lots. With the full build out of the campus, there's going to be a parking deficit. However, the Horton Street parking garage is going to be prioritized for visitors and visitors, patients, and physicians. Some employees would be able to park in the Horton Street parking garage, but there's going to be some parking deficit for employees with the full build out of the project. So there would be two off-site parking, satellite parking lots that that would be located approximately one in Berkeley, the existing Ashby campus, and one in Oakland. And so there would be shuttle service provided between the health campus and the off-site parking facilities, and then to the transit, the MacArthur and West Oakland BOT station, and the Emeryville Amtrak station. So the shuttles will basically use Hollis Street and Stanford Avenue to access Horton Street. And the shuttle driveway would be restricted to right in and right out only in order to minimize the impacts to traffic operations at the Horton Street and 53rd Street intersection. And the shuttle route that's shown on Horton Street to the north of Stanford Avenue is the shuttle route to the Emeryville Amtrak station, which would be provided as an on-call service. And there is also limited shuttle route shown on 53rd Street to the east of Hollis Street. Now, in the prior meetings, we did hear a lot of comments from 53rd Street residents about raising concerns about like the shuttle using 53rd Street. So we were able to coordinate with the shuttle operator, and what they relate to us is the shuttles generally avoid 53rd Street during the school peak hours because there's a K through 8 school at the southwest corner of San Pablo Avenue and 53rd Street. However, in order to maintain the scheduled drop-off and pickup times, they would have to use 53rd Street during off-school peak hours, basically. But they are continuing to look at routes where they could avoid 53rd Street completely. This slide shows the circulation for the ambulances. The primary access would be via Hollis Street, Palladu Street, and Powell, which is not shown here, with secondary access on Horton Street and 53rd Street and Stanford Avenue. And all of the ambulances would access the hospital via Chiron Way, at the back of the hospital. And this slide shows the circulation for service vehicles, including garbage vehicles and loading and delivery vehicles. So the delivery vehicles for the hospital would basically access the loading area that would be provided on the back of the building, and they would access via Horton Street via an existing driveway that's already there. And trucks would be able to make a left turn in and a right turn out without having to back into the loading areas from Horton Street. And delivery vehicles and service vehicles to the medical office buildings would access the loading areas via Chiron Way. And that concludes the presentation on the circulation aspects of the project. And Megan, our landscape architect, will walk you through the landscape plan.
Good evening. My name is Megan Storm. I'm a landscape architect with Smith Group, and I'm on the design team. Let's see. So I'm just going to be talking a little bit about some high-level ideas for the landscape. We're not deep into design yet, but I know that a lot of these places are very important to the community. This is an existing plan diagram showing emphasis on landscape. So these open spaces that are in green, we know are really important to the community. There's a natural connection between Hollis Green Park and Horton Plaza, and we want to maintain that and make sure that the pedestrian experience is enhanced. This also shows trees that are to be removed due to construction, and this is just an estimate. We may be able to save some of these, but it hasn't been coordinated yet. They will be replaced per city requirements, drought tolerant, native or adapted species that are appropriate for the new development, and to enhance public safety and experience. This is a diagram of the proposed landscape. It's really a diagram at this point, but as you can see, the PDU building at the top of the page came down, and we're creating the shuttle stop area, which is really something that we envision to be an amenity to the area. It is something where we have the opportunity to create more open space because the property line goes out towards, it reaches out towards the greenway. We're able, in this case, to soften the edge between Horton Plaza and the existing warehouse building, that white box. So the white concrete wall comes down, and it's just a little bit more of an open space here that we get to soften with landscape. So landforms, trees, plantings, nice lighting. And then we offer also bike parking in this area too. As you come down 53rd, the pedestrian streetscape experience would be enhanced with at-grade plantings, just really to make the space more vibrant. Currently, there's no at-grade planting along that corridor at Building 8. Proposing new street trees there, and then the lower portion of, I'm gonna just say the lower left portion on this page of Building 8, we have opportunity to create a little bit of a respite area for people. I know that people like to walk their dogs through here, and then cyclists also use this space as a corridor to get to the greenway. So all of this will be taken into consideration with the new developments. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the construction schedule that has been provided by the applicant. So once the PUD is approved, the first building to get a building permit is tenant improvements in the existing shell building. So they would start work 2 months after the PUD is approved. Construction time is about 21 months. So that building will go online in 2027, the third quarter. The hospital will be the one that will take the most time. Once after the PUD is approved, they will need to go through what's called the final development plan, which is really a design review of the building. Once that is approved, then they go into construction building permit, and that construction time is about 71 months as projected by the applicant. So we are looking the construction phase for the hospital starting in third quarter of 2028. And so it's about nearly six years, so that's quite some time. The B4 building, I believe that the Sutter will be thinking about its use only once the hospital is built. In the meantime, it's going to be used for office space. The last building, the last new building that they are proposing, they will start looking at that once the hospital is operating. And between then, before the hospital, it'll be used as construction for the hospital, construction staging. So once the hospital is built and it's operating, that's when we expect them to come back to decide to see what they want to do on B1. Again, all these timings are tentative. As I mentioned, these are provided by the applicant. So just a preliminary general plan zoning analysis. The underlining general plan designation for the site is office technology, which allows for the proposed use of hospital and medical office. The zoning, like I mentioned, this is a PUD. It's a Chiron PUD, which is the zoning for it. And this Chiron PUD does not allow for hospital and medical office, and that is the reason why they need a PUD amendment. Then the height, as I'd mentioned, we can fit about 25 and, all that, but basically it is taller than what is allowed by the existing, it's more than what's allowed by the existing zoning, that is a Chiron PUD, and it is also more than the underlying height that the general plan has for this site. So the general plan height for the maximum height in the general plan map is 100 feet. And, and the proposal is at the highest 330 and a bit later. The build out, which is really the FAR, they are well under it. The parking needs to be tweaked, but again, from what we have currently in place, they seem to be complying with that. So like I mentioned, PUD amendment to allow the hospital and medical use, general plan amendment to allow for increased height, where 100 is 100 by a general plan designation and a little higher by the zoning designation. And the project will also be evaluated as this project moves forward against other Chiron PUD PDP requirements and metrics, things pertaining to setbacks, trees, landscaping. Environmental review. So the city must prepare to be in compliance with CEQA and EIR, which will evaluate and disclose potential environmental impacts, and it will consider mitigation measures and alternatives. The city has hired a consultant, Urban Planning Partners, to prepare this EIR. The city manages this consultant. It not only just hires, but also manages this consultant. But the cost of the EIR is borne by the applicant. Our Urban Planning Partners founder and principal is here. Lynette Diaz is sitting at the corner there watching the proceedings here. In terms of, when will this EIR be done? Again, it's always difficult. Right now, the tentative schedule is end of this year, early next year. And what will this EIR look at? These are standard topics required by CEQA that an EIR has to cover. So, transportation, of course, is always a big one, and associated with that is air quality. In addition, there is also geology and soils. There were some comments in the comment letters addressing the height of the building and the geology, so all that gets examined. There's noise and vibration, and this is both noise once the project is built, as well as noise during construction, so EIR will look at both. And then, of course, other things as listed, including shadow studies and wind studies. EIR also has what's called a project alternatives. Again, we are required by CEQA to have a section called alternative to this project. So one de facto alternative is no project. It's pretty standard in all EIRs, you'll see. And then there will be versions of different alternatives. Just so that, because transportation is big on everyone's mind, including staff, we have scoped for 79 study intersections for this project. In terms of where we are, as we typically ask every developer of big projects to hold a community meeting, it is on their turf, they organize it, they run it. This was done in May of 18th this year. After that, the project was reviewed by our standard committees that we typically take a development project to, which includes the BPAC, Commission on Aging, and Parks and Recreation Committee. So we are at Planning Commission study session now. It will go to the council next month for the study session, another opportunity for public to comment. And then after that is done, we will, on the August Planning Commission, we will hold an EIR scoping meeting. At this meeting, it allows the public to understand the process of the EIR, as well as to provide additional comments on what the EIR should be looking at. So I would encourage folks who are interested in ensuring that their concerns are met to attend all of these meetings. So as I'm going to briefly summarize some of the committee and community comments that were made. These have been detailed extensively in staff reports, so these are just high-level summary. Traffic impacts, bike and pedestrian safety, which includes lighting, conflicts, multimodal conflicts. 53rd Street, a lot of comments regarding the congestion that already exists along 53rd Street, and the safety because of ECCL, the school, the high school. Also, there is a child care center on 53rd Street as well. So that was identified in the committee and community comments. There were concerns regarding the removal of Horton Street diverter, safety concerns at Horton and Stanford, parking spillovers, as we just heard today as well, and a lot of comments regarding the proposed shuttle service. Details regarding integration with existing transit. Will there be any bus shelter improvements? So those were the kind of comments that we received. There were also comments over the broader community value. Commission for Aging expressed need to have programming for seniors. That's detailed again in the staff report. As well as the Parks and Recreation Committee also talked about creation of small open space areas and amenities for both not only just the visitors to the medical complex, but also to the residents. There were other comments related to height and the massing of the hospital, the impact that it may have on wildlife, especially with the helipad being proposed, and again, about more landscaping and tree replacement. So staff internally have been having meetings regarding this project, as you can imagine. And transportation impacts, yes, we are all waiting for the EIR to kind of give us the analysis. But our public works staff, both of them are here today. I'd like to introduce Mohammed Alawi. He's the Public Works Director, and the Senior Transportation Engineer, Ryan O'Connell. Here, and they have been providing input to both the applicant and to the comments that are being made here. And the recommendation is really to offer more context for the analysis regarding the removal of the diverter, its impact on the bike and ped circulation, and what possible improvements that can be made to compensate for the removal of diverter, for example. Also, we want the applicant to align the project description more in accordance with the regional transportation planning. We heard a lot of concerns along 53rd Street, we wanted, none of the staff actually live here, so we went and did a survey. It's just an on-spot survey. It's, our findings are attached to the staff report. In addition to what we would want the transportation analysis to evaluate is, as I mentioned, removal of diverter, bike and ped barriers due to proposed circulation, multimodal conflict locations and interactions, its effects on 53rd and Horton bicycle boulevards, interaction between proposed shuttle and existing transit, interaction between multimodal network and driveways, loading, drop-off, shuttle, emergency access, and consistency with cities' current transportation policies and plans, which includes ATP. LRSP is Local Roadway Safety Plan. Did I get that acronym right? Yes. And the general plan. In addition, regarding the shuttles, yes, there will be an analysis of transportation, but it's not going to take an EIR to tell us that this project is going to require a robust shuttle service. And we would recommend that the applicant start thinking about how to provide that. In addition, regarding the depot, the shuttle depot, and the removal of the PDU building, and its adjacent to our South Bayfront Bridge access. It's important for us to make sure that the applicant takes intentionally takes some time to design this shuttle depot, because there is really no alternative space for that, given what properties they control. So if it's going to be there, we want to make sure that whatever design treatment that they do, it enhances our bridge access, it provides some active commercial at this plaza level, and there is a side comment regarding aligning the depot curb cut with Horton Street. As I'd mentioned earlier in my presentation, the last site, the B1 site at the corner of Hollis and Stanford, one of the variants that they are proposing is housing. As I mentioned, 57 units. We want to encourage the applicant to consider a larger workforce housing proposal at this site. This is a 24/7 medical campus, especially with the hospital. It just makes sense to have employee housing being larger than what they are proposing. It has the additional advantage of reducing the trip rates. We are going to have about 2,500 employees coming to this site. If some of them live there, and it can be a tower which accommodates security, guards, nurses, to, the taller floors can be occupied by physicians. So there's a way to do this, and we would encourage the applicant to consider that. In terms of community benefits, the city will evaluate issues which are outside of the EIR, in addition to the city requirements. A number of comments were made at the communities, as well as some of the committee meetings, that Sutter is, because of its nonprofit status, its contribution to the property tax may be it's not the same as, say, if BMR and R&D companies were going in. So staff is engaging a fiscal consultant to evaluate the campus's impact, and we will be bringing that as it comes on. So we see that there needs to be some kind of an agreed upon benefits that would be memorialized by a development agreement or a community benefits agreement. There are various tools to do that. Other potential topics that came up for community benefit is, transportation and public realm improvements, which are outside of the EIR, and which may contribute to the improvement of the community. As I mentioned, there were requests for senior programming. There was ideas for how Sutter would interact with the school district in terms of providing some kind of, a regular ongoing basis of internship, or there are different ways there are many different things that can be explored. A comment was also made by a staff member regarding the use of public art, which they will be required to do anyway, to create vibrant little small plazas that they can manage. We noticed that there are no new ground floor commercial space that would, have food facilities. In the stacking diagram of the hospital, there is kitchen and dining area on the second floor, but that's probably more for internal rather than those who are coming to the medical, for example, those who are coming to the medical offices, which would be considerable number of people. And mobile food vendors they could set up a program. We understand that it gets difficult sometimes for ground floor facilities to be, it's just more flexibility with mobile food vendors. You can be more flexible depending on the demand, and it will also activate the Hollis Green area where I can easily see 2 trucks being there. And that would be benefit to not only the visitors and employees, but also to the residents in the community. There was also, it was noticed that we do have, as we know, a childcare ECDC, our childcare center. It has a limited, the capacity, and having 2,500 employees come in here may have an impact on that as well. So there are ways to explore those venues. So in terms of permits and process, the Planning Commission eventually is going to make a recommendation which the City Council will approve. And three things will need to happen. One is the EIR certification. You cannot approve any permits without the EIR certification. And then you have the PUD amendment, then the general plan amendment. These are two entitlements that we know for sure they will need. In addition, there's the tree removal, and there would be a development or a community benefit agreement. And the final development plan, like I mentioned, is really a super design review for the new buildings that they would need. So we have identified a few issues to facilitate Planning Commission's conversation on this project. You may respond to them or you may not respond to them. It's just something that we are proposing that you may want to consider. One is, does the commission have any comments or direction on the circulation plan and transportation improvements? And these are the different things that you may want to think about. I have put, you have hard copies of these slides in front of you so that once I go away, you can still refer to it in terms of how you facilitate your discussion. Has the Commission identified any potential impacts on fiscal, public service, or public health, safety, and welfare issues that may not be addressed necessarily through the CEQA process? Does the Commission have any comments on the proposed scale of the housing variant at the B1 site? Does the Commission have any input on the design of the shuttle depot in relationship with the Hollis Green, the bridge connection, and the adjacent bicycle and pedestrian facilities? And finally, this is a catch-all. Does the Commission have any other comments on the project? So that concludes my presentation. I do not believe the applicant has any further presentation, so we are available for questions, both staff as well as the applicant.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to stop sharing if that's okay.
That's fine with me. Thank you, everybody, for your presentation. I would just like to start the questions with some that I have from Commissioner Chafe, who is not here, because this is a fixed list, and the rest of us can react. So these are, the following are questions from Commissioner Chafe. I'm going to go through these in order. Item 1, please list some of the best practices that your team has compiled with regards to building a new hospital in a dense urban area with residential and educational facilities nearby. What best practices do you plan to implement to make this project exemplary? That would be for Sutter.
That's to the,
Yeah.
to the development team.
Yes. Sure. So this question is from Commissioner Chafe, who's not here tonight. Please list some of the best practices that your team has compiled with regards to building a new hospital in a dense urban area with residential and educational facilities nearby. What best practices do you plan to implement to make this project exemplary? And if you could approach the mic, whoever wants to answer that.
Well, Vahram Masahian with Sutter Health. We have some experience in doing this. We built a hospital in San Francisco, actually 2 hospitals in San Francisco, in relatively dense neighborhoods, one at the corner of Van Ness and Geary, and one at the corner of Cesar Chavez. Well, it's not going to be named Cesar Chavez for much longer, but and Valencia streets. The Van Ness and Geary project in particular was very contentious, very lengthy, and had a lot of stakeholders in that process. We had many neighborhood organizations. We had a very involved process. So I think we've, and the product of that process was, I think, a state-of-the-art medical facility in a dense urban setting on 2 transit corridors, Geary and Van Ness. I can't answer the commissioner's question in a comprehensive manner now, but I would love to think through it and have that conversation with the commission at a later date. But I can just say that we are looking at the projects that we've already built projects that Smith Group has also worked on, and look to learn from those as we move forward. We'll just leave it at that for now, if I can.
All right, next one, shuttle service. Please state whether Sutter will integrate the proposed new shuttle service with Emeryville's existing Emery Go-Arounds routes and/or administration to create a stronger local transport system.
Hang out here for a bit. I mean, we'll be studying it. It's early in the process, and we need for the transportation system to be functioning at a high level for this campus to work. So whatever we can do to do that. So everything's on the table, I think, in terms of what we'd consider. So we're open to ideas.
Okay. Please describe the types of vehicles that we used as shuttles so we can better understand the contribution to local emissions of air pollutants, especially close to sensitive receptors, such as hospital patients, students, and those using local parks along the routes. Will the shuttle vehicles be internal combustion engine, hybrid, or electric?
As it stands now, they're internal combustion engine vehicles. I don't know the timeline that we laid out in terms of when these projects will be coming online are quite lengthy, and I expect that the technology in fleet vehicles could evolve over time into hybrid or other fuel sources. So I think we would be looking to have a fleet that is as a healthcare provider, I would think we'd be looking for a fleet that is low emission. As time goes on, I would hope that we would be considering those alternative modes of fuel if possible.
Thank you. Have the project proponents studied the documents that steer Emeryville's transportation vision, such as the Active Transportation Plan, Climate Action Plan 2.0? Please state whether you have read the plans and share how the project in its proposed form would help Emeryville meet the specific targets and goals in those plans.
Yes, we've looked at the Emeryville Active Transportation Plan, and the project understands that Horton Street provides or serves as a very important north-south bicycle route that connects the Emeryville Amtrak station, the South Bay Front Bridge, and commercial uses along 40th Street. And by removing the Horton Street traffic diverter, the project will be adding traffic to Horton Street to the north of 53rd and having impacts to bicycle and pedestrian travel. The project will coordinate with the city in terms of identifying or the traffic study will identify. The traffic study that the city is doing is a more robust traffic study, which looks not around the project site, but which expands beyond the project site. And all of the mitigations or improvements that would be identified as part of that traffic study as in order to mitigate the bicycle and pedestrian impacts, the project will coordinate with the city in implementing those improvements. And I believe all of those will be, the improvements will be identified in coordination or with the improvements that are already identified in the city's active transportation plan. So yes, we did look at the active transportation plan. It has several bicycle and pedestrian connection improvements, multimodal improvements, yes.
Thank you. Please address rideshare vehicles. How many of the personnel, patients, and visitors are expected to arrive and/or depart by rideshare on an average day? Which space or spaces will be affected by this type of car traffic?
So rideshare, you mean like Uber, Lyft, or carpool? So we do have some information. I don't have those numbers right now with me, but based on, we could provide that information based on the existing operations of the Sutter hospitals at Oakland and Ashby. My recollection for those campuses is for the medical office buildings, I think there were about like 100 drop-off vehicles in one day, like over a period of the entire day. So not too much like drop-off going on, but I did like observations at Sutter, Oakland, at the main hospital drop-off, and I observed approximately between 25 and 30 cars that come in, drop off or pick up patients and leave. Yeah.
I'm sorry, over what course of time?
In an hour.
Okay, next question, please. Thank you. There are many mentions of increased vehicular traffic in preliminary traffic modeling. Why have you chosen not to estimate the increase in bicycle use of area, quantitative amount of additional pedestrian traffic expected, et cetera?
Well, like I mentioned, given the nature of the proposed use being a hospital and medical office building, we expect most of the employees and patients and visitors to basically drive to the health campus. But definitely there are going to be like some employees who would use like alternative modes, who would like to bike. And the project is providing like bike parking in the Horton Street parking garage, in the shuttle plaza, and also in all the 3 medical office buildings to accommodate employees and visitors who would want to like bicycle to the campus.
Thank you. Almost done here. Well, maybe not quite almost. Hospital location. Please comment on whether Sutter would consider the B1 site, corner of Hollis and Stanford, for the main hospital building location. If the answer is no, please state the specific reasons.
So the B1 site is much smaller. In order to fit the program that we're trying to achieve, it would have to be much taller, which wouldn't make sense. Some of these programs that fit on a site like that is something that, because we want to have a lot of adjacencies, like for example, an OR platform where there's a lot of operating rooms, it has to be a certain size. So those floor plates get to be pretty large, and you might have noticed the lower floor plates of the building were quite large. We're really using them maximizing the site. So the site, quite frankly, is just not big enough to handle it.
If you wouldn't mind staying, please. Questions for the design team. So first off, can you clarify for all of us, how is it that you arrive at 15 occupied floors? Why not 17? Why not 12? How is it that the size of the plate, the size of the site has arrived at 15?
So there are a number of factors, and I wish our medical planner was here, but I'm going to do the best I can. So some of the planning, for example, the emergency department, in order to get the number of emergency bays that we needed at the first floor, basically filled that first floor. We did our best to try to pull cars off the street. We're very interested in how does the public realm and how does the building hit the ground, and try to, if you will, subtract area as you can so that the building doesn't hit every edge. So that's something that we're going to pay attention to. But then the floors above, like the surgical floor that I mentioned before, in order to get the number of operating rooms for this particular program, you don't really want to split the program into 2 levels. You want to have those for operational efficiencies. So operating rooms, so that sort of set the size of that floor plate. And then we had other programs, of course, dining could be on different floors. But then when you started getting into patient room floors, the very top floors, there's certain efficiencies with the number of beds per floor. And we currently have 40 beds per floor, which is broken up into 2 pods of 20. And that's you always want to use a 1-to-4 ratio when you're doing nursing. And so that kind of set the size of that. So it really was a function of program driven. You saw that stacking diagram. That was really the idea of how to efficiently stack the building to be able to make sure we had intensive care and the number of beds that we needed there. We were trying to target somewhere around 325 beds up to that number. So it really is a function of the program. I've worked on a lot of healthcare projects over my career, and the program really drives the size of the building and the size of the floor plate. Granted, this site, we were really maximizing the site as much as we can. And that was just a function of the program, the site, and what we thought would best stack to make a highly functional building. So it's really driven by program and the amount of efficiencies that we were trying to achieve.
When we get to actually seeing the actual plans and development of the building, I would like to see that kind of analysis shown. Because, for example, you're setting back the building, it looked like 1 story below the neighboring, building 2, 3, so why couldn't have the larger building have been up 1 more story and reduced, subsequent mass higher, et cetera? So I would just like to see that analysis.
Absolutely. We can share those with you.
Second question I have is, you have indicated 268 feet to the roof of the top occupied floor.
Correct.
But the overall height is 330 feet. That's a 62-foot difference. Why is there such a huge amount of height required for those functions, including particularly the elevator overrun? Can't you use Gen 2 elevators with minimal overruns and things like that?
So part of it is, of course, we have a helipad, and there's
Yes.
a certain amount of height that we have to get that off of the roof
Yes.
for that to function. It also has to have an elevator that serves that.
Yes.
And by the time you get to that elevator, and then that overrun for that elevator. So that's that last bit of portion that you're seeing. But the other, below the helideck, is mechanical equipment and mechanical rooms and electrical rooms. And there are certain heights that are required. Some are like 18 feet. Some of them are closer to 26 feet for some of the clearances that we need for the mechanical equipment. So it's really a function of what the space was needed in order to get the function of the mechanical equipment, the elevator, and the elevator overrun. Could we get it lower? We'd have to study it a little harder, but as far as we can tell, that's the maximum it would have to go.
And is 268 feet the maximum that you will have for the roof of all occupied spaces?
As far as I know, that's our target, absolutely, yeah. So it's all, again, baked to the 15 floors that we have. And you might have noticed that there were some mechanical floors that in between. Some of those floors are 26 feet tall in order to get the mechanical equipment. As you can imagine, hospital is very robust when it comes to mechanical.
Thank you.
Okay.
We can just wrap this list up here. Can you confirm that the proposed hospital tower would be taller than any other existing hospital in the state if built according to the proposed plan? That's what it says. So, the question is, can you confirm that the proposed hospital tower would be taller than any other existing hospital in the state if built according to the proposed plan?
Not at this moment. Thank you.
Okay. Why is the height of the proposed B1 building so different, so much lower than the proposed height of the hospital tower?
I think that was an indication of being a 3-story building in order to get the program. We also wanted to move remember that was the higher building in the earlier proposed plan. I can't remember, 225, I think it was, 245 to the highest part. We were looking at how to equate different heights, lower that building and raise the hospital building. So I think it was just a function of what we thought made sense on that site. And we looked at a 3-story building, whether it be residential at the 57 units, I think we talked about, or for a medical office building. So it was just a function of making it.
How tall is the proposed residential building?
Somebody help me here. I think it was 50 feet. Do I have that right?
Meaning 4/1?
Any-
Four over one, okay.
2 more here. I don't know who's going to need to answer these. How will medical waste generated on the site be disposed of? Will there be any on-site incineration?
So for the hospital, there's going to be like trash receptacles that would be provided in the loading area in the back of the hospital. So all the trash pickup would be, the pickup would basically happen on site and not on Horton Street. Is that your question? How the waste will be disposed?
Will any of it be incinerated on site was the second part of that.
Oh, how it will be
Will any be incinerated on site? No incinerator on site? Okay, that works. He said that they can follow that up, and he doesn't have the experts on site, for those of you who could not hear it. Last one off of this list, neighbors living in the vicinity, particularly in 53rd Street, are very concerned about vehicular traffic increasing in their neighborhood. What modifications are you considering to address these concerns?
So again, 53rd Street, yes, we in the prior meetings, we did hear a lot of concerns about vehicular traffic, increase in vehicular traffic on 53rd Street. So the project will coordinate with the city on the, the traffic study, which will look at, the impacts, vehicular impacts, or impacts to pedestrian and bicycle traffic, the overall increase in traffic on 53rd Street, and what additional mitigations could be done on 53rd Street in terms of whether additional traffic calming measures can be put in place, or traffic diverters at other locations that basically would restrict or control traffic on 53rd Street to the east of Hollis. Yeah, but this is like, the project is awaiting the traffic study that will be prepared by the city on the recommendations.
And a follow-up from me, what proportion of the total traffic are you currently, obviously we're pending some studies, but what proportion of the total traffic are you expecting to come up 53rd as things stand?
Well, the feasibility traffic study, at least, I can just speak to the feasibility traffic study, which is the initial traffic study. The feasibility traffic study considered about 5% of the total project traffic using 53rd Street to the east of Hollis. The analysis assumes that most of the traffic would use Hollis, like from Powell and Hollis or 40th Street to Hollis and Horton Street. So the feasibility analysis assumes about 5% of the project traffic from using 53rd Street to the east of Hollis.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners.
I had a question about so zooming out a bit, I had a question about the coordination with your neighboring properties at Griffles. How much discussion or conversation have you had with those adjacent neighbors? And maybe a question for planning staff. This PUD was approved as a comprehensive plan for this entire site. And this proposal is changing a portion of that PUD. Does this lock in or commit any development to that other portion of the PUD that isn't being changed? And I'd also like to know, process-wise, this general plan amendment, where does that run into overarching I know the general plan is looking to get redone, and where in the schedule is that happening in context with this project too, since there's both general plan amendments there.
So the general plan amendment process, the update, is not going to start and end before this project gets probably entitled. Because we will only start the update probably at the end of this year, and it's typically, anywhere between 3 to 5 years that it takes for the entire thing to come. So the way it would work is that if the commission and the council does approve this current proposal as proposed and does approve the height amendment, then that will be the entitlement that stays with the site. The reason currently the 225 feet height, that was in the Chiron PUD, which predated our general plan. So, and that's why we had to give them that height, even though the surrounding area was lower. And that's why the general plan height designation of 100 feet was seen as new buildings when coming in. So basically, it preserved the entitlements for this. And we did that for transit center as well, further down. So it's not just this. And because once you give an entitlements, legally, we cannot take it back, even when you will have a general plan update. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that answers my question with the planning staff. I'm still curious about the discussions with Griffles.
Yeah, I just want to follow through on that. So the general plan is 100 feet, but and you use the term zoning. Is zoning and PUD synonymous? So the zoning allowable is 225 feet for the entire site?
No. It's a little, if you recall the massing.
Yes.
Right? And so when we did the BMR FTP a couple of years ago, we shifted the heights, right? So all the heights are kind of, for example, the B1, it's 100 and, what was it? It's like 178.
Right.
So that kind of took up a lot of the heights. So there are little towers that the original Chiron PUD has. At the BMR time, we came up with what we have now. And the 225 feet comes from those entitlements. So you can't have, for example, 10 buildings that are 225 feet.
Okay.
You can have one building that is 225 feet. The housing, if they choose to increase the height of B1, they can up to 100, 125 feet, which is allowed.
Yeah. Okay.
Commissioner, I believe the question was, have we had contact with Griffles? Yes, I believe we have had contact with Griffles. But to what extent,
I'm just curious in that, this is maybe for later, but the circulation, pedestrian circulation of the site, the available open space, it seems as if this site is being limited by the surrounding Griffle site. And if there were discussions about available easements that would allow for better pedestrian circulation, or discussions about how the site, since it was approved as a comprehensive development, could be better built out in the next 20, 30 years, instead of one section being built out and then the other coming later.
yeah, I may think there will need to be more coordination with Griffles as we move forward. The project will evolve, and I think we will need to engage with them more directly, but to the best of my knowledge, it's been pretty limited.
Have y'all attempted to add any land to this project by acquiring it from Griffles?
I think from a construction standpoint, we would benefit from being able to utilize some of their underutilized property, the surface parking lot in particular. So I think what I was alluding to is I think we will need to coordinate more closely with Griffles as this project moves forward.
But you haven't attempted to add any parcels to the project?
I can't speak to that.
So I do have some questions for the applicant, and then I have a few questions for staff as well. And while we're on this topic of parking, you've heard from the community, I'm sure, and will hear later this evening. And one of our commissioners in her questions in writing noted that folks are concerned about parking and about traffic as well. So I was curious about the existing parking lot. Is there a plan for that at this moment to charge folks for parking in there, including those employees, doctors, visitors? And what is the plan at the moment?
The existing Horton Street parking garage?
Correct, the one that is built.
Yes. We're currently using that parking garage to shuttle employees from our Alta Bates campus because we have a parking deficit there. Employees at Alta Bates park here and then board the shuttles and then go back to Alta Bates. Our plan is to maintain that if we can in place because
Is that for charge or for free? Is that free to your employees?
I believe it's not. I don't believe they're charged to park there.
I guess the source of my question is if there is a charge for that parking lot, then the fears of the people who live in the surrounding neighborhoods that there would be a spillover effect. But that's just something for you to consider. My next question is for the landscaping team. Can you walk us through why 16 trees, public trees, are proposed to be removed? I have an idea of why they're being proposed to remove, but I would like to hear it from the applicant.
I mean, I think the short answer is construction. It's a tight site, and it's not a done deal that all 16 would be removed, the street trees. But I think in order to find the right trees for the improved streetscape and the site itself, once the building comes in, that'll be a consideration. We will do studies in order to see if we can keep some of them. A lot of them are pretty small and young, so there's an opportunity to even transplant them. It just needs to be studied still. But in order to build the building with the constraints on the site and the new drop-off and the placemaking that we're going to propose, I think right now it's anticipated that they're being removed, but it's a study that we could go through to keep some of them.
I appreciate that. And then my last question for the applicant is regarding building B1. And the question is, how and when would you decide the use for that building and whether it would be medical offices or whether it would be housing?
I also want to make a clarifying point. I think we said before it was 4/1 or 3/1. As currently proposed. It's very much a concept in the future phase. Our kind of laser focus is on getting the existing buildings entitled so that we can actually fill them, and particularly the 5555 Hollis building, and then the hospital. Because it's very much a symbiotic relationship. You need the outpatient ambulatory to support the inpatient acute. If we're successful in enterprise and there's a need for additional medical office space in addition to the 2 buildings that we'd be converting, we're a healthcare provider institution, so our strong preference would be for it to be a medical office building. If the need is there. But it's too early to tell right now, and as such, we have a variant that is studying it as housing.
And for the PUD, PDP, would you be asking for the flexibility to do either in this entitlement?
Yeah, I believe we would be. Yeah.
Okay. Understood. And I have a couple of questions. Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions for staff. One is if we go ahead with the general plan amendment, which would be required if we were to go up on the height as per the request of the applicant. There's the first finding here reads as such: the proposed amendment will contribute to the public health, safety, and general welfare, or will be of benefit to the public. And I tried to give you a heads up, Chad, on this question, but is there a legal or a specific definition of public that we can look to as a commission when we're considering public welfare? Because there's the public in the immediate neighborhood. There's the public that are the constituents of the city of Emeryville. There's the public as in all of humanity. So I would love some guidance for this specific finding.
Through the chair, I believe staff has looked into this and there's no standing definition of public welfare. So typically you'll look to other examples within your code, and any interpretation by the Planning Commission and ultimately the City Council that's reasonably construed to reflect the concept of public welfare would be defensible. So it's up to the decision makers, essentially.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And my last question for staff is, if it makes sense in the future, would it be possible to do a Brown Act compliant field trip to the Sutter facility that the applicant mentioned on Van Ness and Geary to see what a similar facility would look like in a similarly densely populated neighborhood?
Absolutely. The applicant would have to agree.
I hope that's a possibility as we move along.
I have a couple questions online here, if it's okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Two questions for the applicant. First, have you reached out to the ETMA regarding coordination with the Emery go-round, or do you have any meetings planned with them in the future?
We have not yet, but we're, I think, like I said before, we'd be open to it, of course.
Thank you. Second, have you reached out to either the City of Oakland or their Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee regarding potential impacts on traffic on Oakland streets? For most of Emeryville, you have to travel through Oakland to get here, so I'm curious if you've expanded beyond the Emeryville borders.
No, we've only met with the East Bay Bike folks, but we'll take that advice and meet with them. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, I have some questions of my own. Where to start here? Is anybody with the presenters today to speak on power management? There's mentions of your, electrical systems in here. I don't know if anybody can give any kind of specifics about what your plans are. No one from mechanical engineering team is here. Okay. Well, if you could send them a couple of questions, I would certainly like to hear just more about that in general, but also whether or not this complex is intending to be on a shared circuit. Oh boy. Well, if they're not here, I don't know can any of y'all answer why there is no intention to hook the gray water system up to the gray water main as mentioned in the application?
A little bird told me, medical waste, medical use cannot use gray water.
So you can't use gray water here at all. I'm sorry, I thought I saw an indication that there would be gray water coming out and it just wasn't going to be connected. But it's because it's medical use, so there won't be gray water. Okay, that's what I suspected to begin with. All right. Is there any reason why we can't align the names of Sharon and Peladu, considering? Would you all object to that? Uh, Any reason we can't? No, okay. Okay, so let's talk about this shuttle program. Let me start with this stop. I saw a mention of a perimeter fence around the shuttle stop. What is the intended extent of that fence and exact purpose? Because I saw security concerns, but this is part of a very public area. It's one of the nicest parts of the city. So what exact security fencing are we talking about?
I think Megan alluded to the fact that we haven't designed it yet. I think it would be some sort of a security measure to secure the shuttle vehicles, but whatever sort of fence it is, we would be going through a process with the Planning Commission to ensure that it is attractive and meets the design goals of the city. We don't want a chain link fence with razor wire or anything like that. I think we just want to, we're assuming that we'll need to secure the vehicles at night when there's no activity. But it's TBD at this point.
So you're planning on using this as a parking yard for the shuttles also?
Are we talking about the old PDU the site?
At the landing park.
The landing park?
The shuttle stop in the previous.
Yeah, we would be looking to use the hardscape portion of that area for storing shuttle vehicles that are not in use.
Have you considered any other options for that would not require so much security?
We haven't yet, but we're open to doing that.
Okay. Can you give me an idea of approximately how many shuttles are currently being used to move people just from off-site parking?
And I'll pass that on to Tricia.
Yeah, currently the Emeryville Horton Street parking garage is used as an off-site parking facility for the parking deficit in the Sutter Ashby Hospital campus. So I believe right now the frequency during the peak hours is like one shuttle every 7 to 8 minutes in the peak hour. The peak hour is like during the employee peak hour, like the morning shifts. And during off-peak hours, it will be like one shuttle every 15 minutes. Yeah.
And who uses these shuttles?
The employees working in the Ashby campus, who cannot park there because there's a parking deficit, they park at the Emeryville site in the Horton Street parking garage and then take the shuttle to the Berkeley site.
So obviously this site is not impacted now, but it's going to be later. Do you plan to shift that parking somewhere else?
Well, like once this project is completely built, the Ashby parking garage is probably going to be like one of the off-site parking locations, so it's going to be the reverse. So you're going to have employees that are working in the Emeryville site park in the Ashby parking garage and have shuttles bring them to the Emeryville site.
Through the chair, we have lost quorum. There are two of the commissioners. So maybe we take a break.
Oh, you're going to start? All right. I guess not. No breaks for anybody. Are there any non-Sutter sites from which you're currently using as off-site parking, or is it all just a Sutter shuffle?
I think it's just mostly Sutter. There are some, like in the Herrick campus, there are some open parking lots, but I don't know if they're owned by Sutter or not. For the Ashby campus, there is parking deficits. So apart from the Emeryville Horton Street parking garage, they use other parking facilities to basically shuttle, to have the employees park there and shuttle them to the Ashby campus. But I don't know if they're all owned by Sutter or not, or if they're leased.
Have y'all considered any strategies to getting your employees parked here that are not represented on this plan?
Can you repeat that?
Have you considered any other strategies to getting your employees parked here than what we have on the plan? Like currently there's some shuttles and we're hoping for some active transportation, and then we're shoving like a ton of people through these two doors on this one garage. Has there been any other alternative to that idea considered, explored?
Well, I mean, the project will be implementing a transportation TDM plan to encourage like alternative transportation use. So yeah, some employees would basically, use public transportation and be shuttled from the transit stations to the health campus. And there could be some employees that walk or bicycle to the site.
Did the light traffic modeling you do so far account for B1 or just this current proposal?
The B1 site as well. It's
Okay.
complete build out of the project site.
Okay.
Or the health campus.
All right. So I noticed what proportion of traffic are you currently expecting? Again, this is all preliminary, I understand, to come off of the highway.
About, I would say like 30 to 35%. Yeah. 30 to 35% from the west side of Powell Street. So that's like coming from the north, basically. And then there could be some traffic that's coming from 580 East. I believe that was like 15 to 20%. So overall, like freeway traffic, I believe. Again, we didn't expand our study area all the way to the freeways, but then we assume like whatever traffic that's coming on 48th Street could be taking the San Pablo Avenue exit to access the parking garage. And then similarly, coming from the north, we assume that about 30 to 35% of the traffic would be coming from the west on Powell Street. And that traffic could just be coming from the neighborhood or like even the freeways further to the west of Powell Street.
And yeah, I never noticed this. You said that parking structure is left turns only?
Yes, the outbound movement is restricted to left turns only. So all of the traffic that's exiting the parking garage it would be very constrained. So if you actually look at the served volume, like how many, given the peak hour volumes and how much of traffic would actually be able to exit the garage, with that turn restriction, it would only be like 60% of the traffic would be able to exit the garage. So, yeah.
Okay. Any more questions, commissioners? All right, I do think that does it for me, in which case, thank you. And I'm about to open public comment. I want to go over this procedure again, as I did at the beginning of the meeting. So speakers are going to have 3 minutes, and this is a chair discretion item next. We're going to be following what City Council has been doing as practice in terms of yielding time to other speakers, which is to say that if there is a speaker who is speaking and you wish to give them additional time, your time, you can make yourself known and say, I would like to yield my time to the speaker, and up to 2 people can do that per speaker. That is how we're operating tonight. With that said, I believe that covers everything, and whoever wants to speak can move forward. Go ahead. Or let it. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I do see one familiar face, so Diane, hi. I've been a resident here for about probably 27 years now, and I serve on the advisory committee to the council, the Commission on Aging. So I'm pretty concerned about the aging issue. I'm getting to that age where I don't buy too many ripe bananas, and this project is probably going to take several years. So I'd like to know from Sutter, first, do you have any on-paper plans for serving specifically the over 65 community here in Emeryville? And if you do, what are the highlights of those? Secondly, will you give me a copy of those plans that you do have, or when you get them, give them to me, so that I can bring them to the COA, the Commission on Aging. And also make them available to the community at large. If you have no written plans, but you intend to produce them, will you give me a copy when you do? And who have you designated by name as having administrative responsibility for all the services that you plan to offer to the over 65 community? I want to know who that person is who has that administrative responsibility. Anybody on the Planning Commission who is comfortable with some of the things I've asked about, I'd welcome you and your comments about that. You can certainly direct them to me on the commission, on the COA. And for that matter, or any of the staff. I do think this is an issue that is an all hands on deck matter. We need to know about what the percentage of folks are that are over 65 in this community and the surrounding areas. Compared to the total population, I think it's pretty sizable. So Sutter needs to make some plans to attend to that, I think. Thanks.
I made this device to measure what the proposed facility, when it's built out, would look like from... I made this device so that the members of the Doyle Street co-housing could see what the top of the building that is proposed would look like from their point of view. What would they see if they put their cheekbone right up to this and looked from their property at what angle? A lot of people are concerned with what the build-out is going to be perceived of in the radius of about 2,000 people live in that radius, and they'll be seeing those helicopters coming in. There's probably software that could do what I did for Doyle Street housing. Would you make Sutter's planning department do this early on so it isn't just the last minute environmental impact report showing something, but getting people to think about what is really going to be happening in their neighborhood. For example, the garage that's there now all of a sudden grew up right next to our facility at the Emeryville Artist Co-op on 45th Street, and it overlooks us by quite a height. It's changed all the lighting in the evening, but they have a light on the top of the garage. They will not fix the original builders that turns on and comes in all of our skylights, and we're artists and we like our light during the day, but at night, no, we like to sleep. The same would be true would their rooftop facility have searchlights coming out and going on to the surrounding neighborhoods, or could they actually screen their lights on the tops of their buildings to only be on their property? So this has to do with how the impacts could be managed if you are going to make this. And then, my earlier point about decibels at night being different than decibels in the day. Could that be a part of a calculation? I believe this is knowledge that's available now. All these other hospitals have these helicopters landing on them, and have they done those studies? They probably have, and we need the data sooner rather than later. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is April Atencio. I've lived here for 22 years, a member of Doyle Street Co-housing, and also a new group that we've created called Neighbors United. I live at Doyle Street Co-housing, which is about 1 or 2 blocks away from this. So the thought of having to listen to construction noise for 10 plus years is mind-boggling. One thing I did not hear mentioned at all was any toxic abatement, because we know the city always needs that. So I'm hoping that the construction timelines you're talking about include the toxic stuff that we have. As a major cyclist, the thought of the Horton Street Bicycle Boulevard getting destroyed just makes me want to cry, because I know how hard we worked to get that, to get what little we got for Horton Street done. And I love the question that you all had about other places like this that Sutter's done elsewhere. But the two places you talked about, those streets, both those are major, major streets, nothing like the streets you're purporting to work on here. I really strongly hope that the height amendment does not, sorry if I don't get the terminology right, if it doesn't get granted, because I really appreciated, Miru, I appreciated you going through the history, because I remember that 200 whatever, when that got okayed, people weren't happy about that. So people saying, oh, well, this is just a little bit more than that. Well, it's a little bit more than something most of us were not happy with. The shade, we've talked about that, that'll just be a bummer. And then final thing I want to say is, if we do community agreements, if this does go through, I don't like that it said may be memorialized. It does need to be memorialized. I've seen too many times where we've had community agreements that were verbal and not written down, and so they never held to them. So please, please write them down. Any remaining time I may have, please see to Laura McCamey.
Hey, I'm Laura McCamey. I am a 22-year resident of Emeryville and also was on the BPAC for about 15 or so of those years until about a year ago. So I know Sam and Jordan from the BPAC. And this project breaks my heart. I just want to say that Sutter is a nonprofit, it's a healthcare corporation, but that doesn't change the fact that it's also a huge corporation that wants to bend Emeryville to its needs. And in my 22 years here, I have seen that happen over and over again, first with Chiron, then Novartis and Pixar and a bunch of other companies. Not considering the needs of the residents. In the presentations tonight was much better than what I saw at the BPAC a few weeks ago, but it didn't seem like they'd given any thought to the needs of the residents who are Emeryville. Emeryville isn't just a bunch of business buildings. And this site may be convenient for Sutter, but it isn't convenient for the area. As people have said, the streets are too small. It is surrounded on 3 sides by bicycle boulevards or bicycle facilities, bike routes that would be destroyed. Horton is not just for Emeryville. It is a major north-south bike route that connects Oakland and Berkeley as well and is used by many people. And we have worked so hard for that Horton Street Bikeway. It has come so far in the years that I've been on the BPAC, and to destroy that, the diverter we worked for the whole time I was on BPAC, and to take that away is breaking a promise to the residents of Emeryville that the city has made. And I really hope that you don't do that. And I will say that it was asked at the BPAC meeting, if you don't take away that diverter and get these other traffic changes, can this project go forward? And the answer we heard was no. And so what I feel like is it is not appropriate for this area with very small streets to bring in this gigantic project. It's really different. And I want to say that the 30-year PUD from 1995 is over. 2025 is 30 years, so why are we still talking about a PUD? I have lived in my whole 22 years in the shadow of that PUD. It has been a threat hanging over where I live at Doyle Street Co-housing, and this is an incredibly different use from what's envisioned in the PUD, but PUDs cannot be endless. 30 years was a long time ago. Our needs are different now. Why are they still allowed to operate under that PUD? I would love to hear an answer to that. And I also want to say that.
Just a moment. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a time thing?
Or was that added? Okay.
Okay.
So you're still good. All right.
Okay.
Yes, I'm granting that.
Thank you. And so I want to say also that about the state law that Sutter is trying to get through to rush through this EIR. What are they trying to hide? Why can't we have a thorough process for something that is going to change us for years? And I will say that I've also seen companies like Chiron come in, get get concessions from Emeryville and then leave and cause devastation in their wake. And there's no guarantee that won't happen again. I really don't trust them. I want to say that also that there are additional curb cuts that will impact the raised bikeway. So even, that's an issue. If they take away the diverter, I don't think their traffic studies are accounting for the traffic that will get diverted from the highway when it gets backed up, which was a problem for years before we got that diverter on Horton Street. So that's going to add to traffic there. And this is 24-hour. I live surrounded by businesses, and it's fine. All the new development that's come in has been fine traffic-wise, but this is 24-hour traffic, and this is 20,000 trips a day. That is a whole different scale than everything else that we've talked to. And I also want to say that we just got past cutting up that super block between Hollis and Horton and Stanford and 53rd, and now it's going to become an ambulance drop-off, which I think is going to make it not a path anymore for people to walk on. And I also want to say that, all right. I yield 1 minute. Thank you. I just want to say one more thing, which is that in the BPAC, we fought against that 22,000 car parking garage. We said, this is not 2020, whatever, 2025, but we were told, no, it's in the PUD, you can't fight it. And every time we said, well, Hollis Street, put bike lanes on Hollis Street, that big thing that happened on Hollis Street last year made it worse for bikes, and we were always told by the city, well, you've got Horton Street. If this project goes through, we no longer have Horton Street. So where are bikes going to go in Emeryville?
Good evening. Thank you, commissioners, for undertaking this complex process, and thank you to staff as well for considering all of the issues. My name is Zach Unger. I'm the Oakland District Council Member for District 1 in North Oakland and Golden Gate, the area that immediately abuts this project. And my ask of all three parties in the room is nothing specific yet, but something more general, which is that you need to consider the impacts to Oakland on this. And I am not sure that you all have had those sort of interactions with Oakland. A huge percentage of the traffic for this project is going to come through Oakland. And I don't know that you have talked to our planning department. I don't know that you have talked to our Department of Transportation about the enormous impacts that we are going to experience because of that. We already have enormous impacts from Emeryville because of the school, where during pickup and drop-off time, a majority of the traffic parks in our neighbors' driveways on the Oakland side. We are dealing with a lot of Emeryville traffic, and we want to work together with Emeryville to make this project one that does not impact Oakland residents. My worry is that if considerations for Oakland are not taken into account, that Oakland will then make traffic mitigations on our side in order to alleviate the concerns of our neighbors. And if those aren't coordinated with you all, then that's going to lead to further problems within Emeryville, within Berkeley, within Oakland. And I understand your charge, and your charge is to take care of Emeryville. Believe me, I understand. I have focused my professional life for the last 30 years on the city of Oakland, and I've never been in this room. So provincialism is real, and I have focused my life on Oakland. But I do think that a project of this size needs to take into account the regional effects, because Oakland will make changes to our traffic patterns as a result of what happens here. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, commissioners and city staff. First of all, thank you for doing this study session. I am also an Oakland side Stanford resident, but I am just a mere few blocks from the project. And so I really appreciated the commissioner who raised the issue of City of Oakland. I kind of was thinking, along with what our council member said, what am I going to say to another city, another jurisdiction about this project? But it really truly impacts us, because the reality is I live right there at Stanford and San Pablo. And the reality is that that is a high injury corridor, meaning it is one of Oakland's 8% of streets that have 60% of severe traffic fatalities and incidents. And I know that very deeply because my mother-in-law was hit by a driver going 50 miles an hour off Stanford, but within blocks of Stanford. And that is the reality that we in Oakland have to deal with, in that we already have a traffic calming, no pedestrian safety plan for that region. And now we're looking at adding a load. I'd actually like to ask the question of what is that load for San Pablo and Stanford? Because my understanding is people are going to need to come from Oakland and Berkeley, and they're going to use Oakland streets. So I'd like to know what that actual load and that impact is. And I appreciate you guys being open and hearing us and engaging us and raising our issues. And to Sutter, I lived in San Francisco during the CPMC. That was really hard and rough. It felt like certain constituencies were left out. And so I really hope we don't repeat that again here with the fact that Oakland folks have not been engaged, especially those of us that live west of San Pablo, within blocks of the project, because it's really important for us. Traffic is the #1 concern, because our children are walking. And the last thing I want to do is just leave with the fact that across the street from me, almost diagonally across, have seen this ghost bike. It's actually gone. But this ghost bike was there because we've already had a resident killed on Stanford Powell, a young father, and I don't want to see that again. I don't want to see any more traffic fatalities, and we hope that you partner and engage us to create a safe area.
Good evening, commissioners, city staff, Sutter, and of course, the wonderful audience. This isn't my first go-round. I live in the Santa Fe neighborhood of Oakland. My neighborhood is directly across the street, across the BART tracks from Children's Hospital. And I was heavily involved in that process when Children's Hospital was seismically retrofitting their building and with new additions. So like I said, this isn't my first go-round. My name is Kathy Leonard. I'm on the board of the Golden Gate Community Association, a neighborhood nonprofit that has been in existence for 30 years. I'm really shocked that Sutter, not one Sutter person said Oakland. How do you not mention Oakland? That's highly disrespectful. I want you to know that. I want you all to know that. You have to come through my city, the city where I was born and raised, the city that I love. Emeryville is already impacting Oakland with the Anna Yates campus. We asked that the pick-off and drop-off be on, I think it's 45th or 47th Street, where there's no residential housing. But they put it on 53rd Street. So we have neighbors, we have people that are coming to pick up their children from Emeryville who park in our driveways. They block our driveways and then have the nerve to get mad when we ask them to move. Your staff report didn't even talk about, or I would say it glossed over, the north side of 53rd Street, which is Oakland. There was no mention of the blocking of driveways. What do we have to do? What do you have to do to bring Oakland to the table? I expect a presentation made to the city of Oakland so that we can gather our neighbors together and talk about this project and how it's going to impact us. So not only are you going to impact 53rd Street, right off of San Pablo, but you're also going to impact the Stanford-San Pablo corridor, which is the Golden Gate neighborhood. So 2 parts of our neighborhood you're going to impact, but you didn't think that it was necessary to talk to us. I strongly urge you to reach out to my council person, Zach Unger, to reach out to our planning department, and to reach out to us, the residents, the Golden Gate Community Association, because we will be here and we will not go away. Thank you very much.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Fontes. I'm a resident of Emeryville on 53rd Street. I've been in Emeryville for 9 years. My children are 4 and 6 years old. They go to ECDC in Anna Yates. So I have a lot of familiarity with the experience of pickup, drop-off, what the ambiance is like on that street throughout the day, which is very calm and peaceful today, and I do not think it would be in the event that this proposal was approved. I am opposed to the proposal in its current form. My wife and I, shout out to my wife who put my kids to bed tonight so I could be here. we've both lost sleep over this proposal. You know, the thought of helicopters buzzing in, sirens, but also the 20,000 vehicle trips per day is terrifying when you consider the actual logistics in the space that we have available to accommodate a hospital of this size. And you know, when I was hearing the speakers talk about why they chose the height, there wasn't a clear reason why, other than because that was the program that they wanted, which leaves a lot open to just their discretion in what they want. And I just wanted to make sure that our voice was heard. I'm standing with many of my other neighbors tonight, concerned about, like I said, the traffic, the helipad, the noise, and how we can actually accommodate a proposal of this size. So with that, I will close my comments. Thanks for hearing them.
Hello, my name is Angela Janino. I'm also with the Golden Gate Community Association, and I support everything that my fellow residents and Zach Unger mentioned. I want to reiterate something that, you know, the project, I'm always really upset when I look at the project plans because the borders are so like, they never really change. They're always Emeryville only. And we are so connected to Emeryville on the Oakland side. We all walk down there, we walk our dogs, we ride, we go on the front, the waterfront, and somehow or another we got cut out of this process. And we've been told many times there's plenty of time. There's plenty of time. And we're like saying, well, in August there's going to be a scoping session. That's not plenty of time. So my fear is that we are not going to be able to be part of this process, and we need to be. When I look at the map of this area, I don't see borders. I don't see that I'm crossing a border to go into Emeryville and walk my dog or to visit my friends. And so this distinction is expedient because, of course, you have to get permission from the city of Emeryville, but you know, it's not fair. And when you talk about public, what is the public? The public is the whole area. It's not just Emeryville. So I just want to repeat what everybody else has said, but I also want to bring up one point too about this drop-off pickup situation that you've been hearing a lot about. When the planning team went out and they did their on-site, they, as Kathy mentioned, they only looked at the Emeryville side. They did not look at the Oakland side. And what the problems that we have on the Oakland side are because of the ECCL and that Anna Yates is there. When Anna Yates was not there, this did not exist. So, you know, that problem is definitely coming from some real, you know, issues that still need to be dealt with as part of this process. And I'm hoping that as part of this process, we could work together to mitigate that and also for some community benefits, but be realistic about owning it. That problem is owned by Emeryville, and it needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Hi, Hillary Allen. I am a 30-plus year resident of Emeryville. Lived at Bridgecourt when it first was built, bought a house on 53rd Street. I'm now in Oakland. But you wouldn't know it. When I bought my house, it said Emeryville. But no, it's actually Oakland. That's because we're that entwined. But what I want to bring to your attention is the absolute, I'll say, disingenuousness of the BS with regard to traffic. I'm a UCSF patient, and I'm very familiar with the Geary, Van Ness, Divisadero, Mission Bay, China Basin facilities. They are all 3 to 4 lane intersections. Emeryville, 1 lane, every direction except for Powell Street. Every direction, okay? Hollis, Horton, little wide. They've been narrowed recently, but they're very narrow streets. Guess what is the widest street? 45th, 53rd. And we have not one, but 2 child care facilities on 53rd Street that currently causes major traffic issues. That's without a hospital. That's without a hospital, okay? And we have major problems. I'm the one that has the no parking and the illegal red curb in front of her house because people kept parking across both of my driveways. I have a duplex. I have 2 driveways, constantly covered with traffic. That is something you're going to have to take into consideration. I'm in Oakland. I'm in Emeryville, too. And I take heed because I was also a Chiron employee. So we were one of the first companies to actually ship HIV test kits to blood banks around the country. So Chiron, Bill Rudder, Pablo Valenzuela did not want high buildings. I know that because I was there. That's why they took over the Chevron building. Short. So I would suggest not approving a higher building. Keep it to the current height. Thank you very much.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Bobby Lee, Board Chair of the Emeryville Transportation Management Association, the ETMA, operators of the Emery Go-Round shuttle service. I speak today on behalf of myself and fellow ETMA Director Brooks Jessup, who couldn't be here. The following opinions do not reflect those of our full board or the entire ETMA organization. We are both in strong support of this project. However, specific to the staff report, under the issues considered question 1D on whether to coordinate Sutter's shuttle service with existing transportation, I urge you to ensure Sutter's proposed shuttle service for the project is fully coordinated with Emeryville's existing Emery Go-Round free shuttle system, rather than operating independently. Emeryville and the entire community have invested years in the Emery Go-Round, funded by city general funds and our parcel taxes to reduce car trips and provide reliable transit for all. If Sutter creates a separate shuttle for just its employees and patients, it will create duplicative existing services, create confusion, undermine the Emery Go-Round service, exclude the broader community, and increase unnecessary vehicle trips. It is especially disappointing that Sutter advanced this shuttle idea without consulting the ETMA, despite our initial contact and willingness to collaborate. When our shuttle service started in 1995, the Emery Go-Round consolidated multiple existing private shuttle services in our city to eliminate this duplication, reduce cost, and foster economic opportunity while providing that vital last-mile connection to and from BART. We have a 31-year-long proven record of efficient, cost-effective transit service, moving hundreds of thousands of riders every year at one of the lowest cost per operating hour among our peers. The ETMA is ready, able, and willing to deliver the shuttle services and TDM assistance that Sutter needs without needless redundancy or exorbitant costs. We ask that you urge Sutter to work with the ETMA, urge them to consider making the ETMA and the Emery Go-Around their official shuttle provider, and memorialize this in a community benefits agreement or other development documents. Let's avoid repeating past mistakes made with the Sherwin-Williams development, which created a separate and privately funded Emery Express shuttle service as a condition of approval, instead of putting that money into expanding the Emery Go-Around. And let's avoid fracturing shuttle services like we had prior to 1995. What you're hearing tonight from our repeated concerns from neighbors about local traffic impact that could be substantially mitigated with robust coordinated shuttle service operated by the ETMA and the Emery Go-Around. So please keep Emeryville's transit system coordinated, efficient, and equitable for all. I've submitted a detailed letter to you by email for review after this meeting. And as a quick aside on a personal note, on a separate topic, I'm surprised to hear the helipad brought up again in the applicant's comments. When this helipad came up in the public open house last month, Sutter said no decision was made. It sounds like they're moving forward. Okay, no, thank you so much. All right.
Hi, my name is John Amador, and I live on 53rd Street on the north side in Oakland for 39 years. And I live directly across from the drop-off for the Annie Yates. And I've seen the street go through so many changes over the years, but it really, they call it the Center for Community Life, and I think you left out the R for ruining community life, because it really has ruined it so much of the time. And I have to have cones in front of my driveway, because if my car isn't in the driveway, somebody will just park there as if it's like the parking lot for the school or something. And then if you say, hey, I need to get in there, well, just wait a minute, I got to pick up my kid or something like that. And it's like, I don't know, it just makes my head spin. But the other issue is that kids, parents are, aside from blocking the driveways or double parking, the kids are jaywalking across the street. And if the parents are with them, which they often are, but they're frequently on their phone and not paying attention. And it really is just a question of time before some poor kid gets wiped out. And it's just bound to happen. But we've tried talking to the school, and they always say the right things, and then they do nothing. They've had people out there, but it's always, it's helped a little bit, but it's for the most part been, ineffective. And now they don't even have their security people there, as of recently. But, even the only person who had any luck at all getting them to change it was when the principal would stand in my driveway and tell people not to jaywalk and use the corner. Well, I appreciate that very much, but she's a principal. She's running a school. She shouldn't be out there, standing and, directing traffic. I don't know, but she seemed to be the only one that had any credibility with the parents. And apparently the teachers are really frustrated with the system there too, because it's just not a real healthy environment as far as having so much stuff crammed into that space. So anyway, those are just my thoughts. I hadn't really planned on saying anything, but I appreciate you looking at this, and please just think everything through very carefully. I do happen to be a Sutter patient for 39 years as well, but that's not really my interest. I'd be convenient, and as for those of us that are temporarily able-bodied, at some point, we're going to need it, but we also have to live here, and that's the most thing. Okay, thank you.
Hello, commissioners and Sutter. My name is Judith Timmel. I'm a 34-year resident at the co-housing on Doyle Street. I have one question, one more, but of all the sites in all of the East Bay, what the hell made you choose a small corner at the corner of 53rd and Horton in Emeryville for a giant tower that is going to disrupt the lives of residents for blocks and blocks around? It is absolutely ludicrous if you really think about it. There has been an attempt tonight to normalize this development as, oh yeah, well, we have to build this hospital and we have the right, and it's, we need a hospital. Yeah, you do need a hospital to replace Altabates. This is just not on. It's not on. And as commissioners, I don't have to tell you that your duty, part of it, is to the residents of Emeryville. Let me quote from the general plan. This is part of our job, your job: preservation and enhancement of existing neighborhoods. 2, expanded street grid emphasizing alternative modes of travel and pedestrian amenities. None of these things belong in a situation like this. And I just want to say that this proposal does not meet any of the expectations of the people of this community for livability, peaceful residences, relatively calm streets, and quiet. I urge you to refuse the proposal. And I'd like to shout out to Neighbors United. We have formed a group of neighbors from Oakland and Emeryville. Want to raise your hands? Got it. And I'm very proud of them, and I hope that you make us proud as well.
Am I the last one? Hi. Everybody wants to go home. Grandpa wants to go home. But I want to leave everybody with smiling. I am Rod Wong. 10 years ago, I was appointed by the school board to be on the Citizens Oversight Committee. Has anybody heard about that? We put together the ECCL program to bring the next generation up as leaders. And what was discussed today with all of you contributing, public, private, keep up that spirit. I saw ECCL go through a multi-$100 million project. And you folks are all beneficiaries of that. And don't lose spirit. This project will get the answers done. I know architects, you folks will do it. I know Smith. And so when you leave here tonight, know that there are tools in your toolbox we haven't used yet. We haven't organized a Citizens Oversight Committee yet. We had 10, 12 members of the community screened, and you can ask the school superintendent, Dr. Scott, how did that happen? And what did happen? And as far as Commissioner Martinez, you asked, what is healthcare and what's the part that Emeryville, Oakland, Berkeley, and the East Bay and the entire Bay Area have to do with caring for all 70 million people in California? There is an organization that's called the State Health Strategy Board that answers that kind of question, and where it should be located, and how big, and at what level of medical facility it should have, 1, 2, 3, 4. And those facilities are planned in Sacramento so that they will serve the next earthquake or big fire. Those type of departments are there. Has anybody seen the plan that designates Emeryville should be the location? Or should it be in Berkeley or Richmond? Has anybody seen that plan? That's what they did. I remember when I was doing this kind of thing for the Department of Defense in the Western region, that we had to go through state medical planning offices to justify a hospital in the community of Fairfield or Los Angeles or Seattle or Oregon or Japan. But those are the kind of tools you have. And I'm a proponent for the Citizens Oversight Committee. I'm still on it, besides my volunteer work at the Amtrak train station.
Thank you.
That they use it. So that's it. Don't lose hope. All of you leave here with a smile.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Kaunaskis. I'm a 38-year resident of the Emeryville Artist Cooperative, which is located 1 block south of where the hospital will be built. I have to say there's a little irony in the healthcare because I feel like this is going to cause a health crisis for us as residents. I worry not just about the lights and the sound and the traffic, but I worry about the air pollution. And I know where we're in warehouses, which get very hot. We all have skylights. We have to leave them open to get air. And we have just gotten, a really nice neighborhood in the last few years on Horton Street. It has quieted down. We don't have as many cars. We have all these people outside in the park playing basketball, riding bikes with their dogs. The dog park would be less, just like half a block away from this hospital. Like that's not going to fly with dogs, with the, ambulances and the helicopter. It is going to disrupt so many things. Bottom line, I think it's too big of a project for such a small area. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian Culbertson. I live in West Oakland, and I work out of a warehouse on Halleck. I'm constantly making the bike trip from West Oakland down Mandela, down Horton, and then onto the Emeryville Greenway to go shopping at Berkeley Bowl or visit my friends in Golden Gate on 53rd. I want to emphasize how crucial the Horton and the 53rd and Stanford are for the bike connectivity of the entire region. This is a connection point between Oakland, Berkeley, North Oakland. This brings it all together. It's like the hub of the bike network for getting around. So any project that goes in here needs to make sure that it does not disrupt how crucial this hub is, the Emeryville Greenway and the new bridge that connects everything. So that's one very important point. And right now, the project does not take that into account. The second thing is there was not much of a mention of, there was a lot of mention of how people are going to drive here to work at the hospital. But there's many other ways to get to the hospital. I mean, biking, this is the core biking hub of the Bay Area. I think instead of just thinking of it as how you're going to have bicycles make it through, how about how bicycles are going to make it to? People are going to go to the hospital, people are going to work at the hospital and can easily make it here by bike, but they can also make it here on transit too. I know you mentioned that maybe a couple people make it on transit. What about a lot of people can make it on transit? You have a great Emery-go-round system that just needs to be, invest in that, make that a hub for getting to the system. Really look into that. And so these are I don't really see right now the plan to make the traffic situation doable for the street grid that's currently there. And the only way to make that work is you'll have to invest a lot more in biking, walking, and transit, or else this is not going to work in that location. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Connie Zhang, and I'm a resident at Emery Bay Village on 53rd Street, the residential complex next to the 3 schools and located 1 block over from the Sutter Health Project. 53rd Street may be one of the most consequential corridors for the city and for Sutter in terms of safe passage to school for students. With 3 schools all packed in between Hollis and San Pablo, 53rd Street arguably contains the highest concentration of students in Emeryville in 1 square block. There are 3 things I'd like to call out for the Commission's action. 1, with the CEQA study, right now the traffic scope contains an initial set of 79 locations. Given the importance of CEQA to mitigation measures, I ask that the study be expanded to include additional locations on 53rd Street that may have been overlooked. In my written comment, you can see the full breakdown of suggested locations. Second, I ask that the general plan be amended to have 53rd Street as a pedestrian priority zone. Every school day, students from 3 schools converge on 1 block to get to school, but 53rd Street is not yet a pedestrian priority zone in the general plan. Right now, there's kind of an interesting gap if you look at the general plan. While the school section itself is zoned as a pedestrian priority, the street that most students use to get to school is not. Third, I think everyone will agree that safe passage for school children is a non-negotiable condition. Any project approval should be conditioned upon the mandatory expansion of a Safe Routes to School program that is fully funded by the applicant. One starting point would be to fund for the Safe Routes staffing in Emeryville. This job and this program has been a gap according to the city's active transportation plan, and I think city staff will be reporting its annual progress later tonight. With the Sutter daily population to be as many as 15,000 people according to the scope of work, which is double the population of Emeryville, depending how you look at it, such a program will be more important than ever. In the written comment, I'd like to direct your attention to some key traffic observations from the traffic officer who is regularly stationed outside the school during peak hours. Over 15 minutes, the officer shared with me the typical walking directions that students take, as well as peak travel times, the key challenges on San Pablo, and that parts of 53rd Street by the schools is Oakland, which has impacted traffic enforceability jurisdiction. A couple of thoughts that I thought was interesting. Students come from all directions according to the traffic officer. So that's the Emory by Hubbard, from the Christie Apartments, from 65th, and also from San Pablo walking to school. She did mention that San Pablo has a lot of challenges because it's four-way, and that one of the reasons for vehicle buildup is because the morning traffic signal is different. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aaron Woolsey. I'm a resident of Oakland. I live on Marshall Street, so it's on the west side of San Pablo, just 2 blocks from the Emeryville border. I think this project is too big for the site. Like, the height of the building is too large, the footprint isn't large enough to fit what they need. What they really need is an extra parking facility, but they don't have the space to build it. They need, the site doesn't have the road infrastructure to drive a bunch of ambulances and the transit connections to this site. I think it's crazy that it sounds like the applicants haven't really conversed with Griffles, your neighbors, on this site about how this site would impact their business and their workers. The building would basically overlook my little pocket neighborhood, which is pretty quiet. We'll have helicopters, we'll have light pollution all night. I used to live in Menlo Park while my wife is a doctor, was training at Stanford. And the Metaflight helicopters the noise from the Metaflight helicopters travels quite a distance. And you can hear it from across the creek, across from Stanford, over a mile away. I think the project should consider, instead of talking about the shuttle service, AC Transit has opened up bus lines along Hollis, along Stanford, going up to Berkeley. I don't understand why we're talking about a private shuttle service when we could be having more public transit in this area. I would also like to add that there are other schools in this neighborhood besides ECCL. My kids went to Escuela Bilingüe. There's the German International School. And all of these students from Oakland, Berkeley, Emeryville are all converging to this very small neighborhood to attend schools in the area. Some of them are biking, some of them are walking, and the traffic is congested. If you think about ambulances coming from Oakland, how do they get here? They have to go down 40th Street, or they have to go down Stanford. But another way they cut through is the 53rd on the side of Oakland. And if you've ever driven down 53rd on the Oakland side, it's a mess. It's one of the most congested streets in this area, and it's just, very narrow with lots of parking. So I would like, the Planning Commission to think of all these different things and put them together. And thank you for my time.
Hello, Oakland and Emeryville. Miss me? So, it sounds like you guys are focusing on medical infrastructure, architecture. And it sounds like you're focused on public health. And so I would get on board with paying attention to public health. Now, that seat over there, that is the seat I occupy because you voted for me. So that is the people's seat. And as long as I'm in that seat, I am going to be listening to you, every single one of you. Now, because of rules, I'll be listening to you as well, because I want to make sure that this is fair, and that you all feel that you have a city council. Actually, I just came from Supergirl, and I found out that this meeting was happening and decided to drop by, and because I thought it was going to be a Brown Act thing. There's going to be an ex parte thing happening, right? So I had to tell people that, I talked to you guys, and please talk to me, and I talked to you guys so we can ex parte all night long. I want to make sure that you feel that a council member is there for you, all right? Right? Don't act like y'all don't know me. I want to make sure that every email and phone call reaches me because I am going to be listening to all parties. You got that? Yes. All right. You guys are awesome.
Any more public commenters before I close these comments? I don't see any, so closing the comment period. Thank you everyone for showing up. Before we get into the probably very lengthy commissioner comments period, I'd like to ask if y'all think we should take a recess, or you want to press recess? All right, let's take an 8-minute recess, please. Please be back at 9:40.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
To start with their comments on this project. Go ahead.
I'll go ahead and make some general comments and probably circle back to them as we go through the questions proposed by staff as well. But I do want to appreciate staff's report. I thought it was very thorough. I found myself writing down a lot of questions as the report was being given and then being answered the questions just a few moments later. So thank you, Maru and staff, for being very clear with that report. I'm going to start with some things I appreciate about this application. One is the need for shuttles, which is very obvious to people in the community. It's obvious to the ETMA who run the Emery go-round. It's obvious to staff. And I just want to make sure that the emphasis on that alternative mode of transportation that keeps cars from entering the community at the rate that is possible, mitigated. I also want to appreciate the possibility of on-site housing, and I would like to align myself with comments made by staff that this is a planning commission that has been supportive of the most expansive versions of housing that we can get in our city that will help reduce the cost and amount of housing for other folks in the city. It will also reduce generated trips, which is extremely important for this particular site. So I think you probably heard from the public tonight that generated trips, they didn't use that term, but that is a huge concern for the community. I also want to appreciate that this is going to be an all-electric campus. I'm the former chair of our CCA here in Alameda County, which is now called Ava Community Energy. And that's an all-electric campus is one thing, but you have to commit to using the renewable power that is offered by our utility. Because there are other businesses that will choose to contract independently and not use that renewable source of energy. So you can't go around touting that you're all electric if you're not using the benefits of all electric. We as a city have chosen to default to renewable energy for all of our accounts. People can opt in and change that, but that is our default for our community, for our city, and for many communities around us. I think at this point, we might have a majority of communities in Alameda County being serviced by AVA choosing to go the renewable route. You could double check me on that. But certainly it is true for Emeryville because that happened while I sat on council. Let's see. So I just do want to confirm that you will be using a renewable mix of energy. There are some things that I will be considering when we go into the EIR scoping round of this application. One is I am interested in keeping as many of those street trees as possible. And I know it's a matter of convenience for construction to move them all out of the way so that you can have trucks, platforms, materials moved in at your convenience. However, these are young trees, it's true, but I went by them today. They are extremely robust for Emeryville street trees. These trees were planted relatively recently, and staff can correct me, but I believe it's under our current tree plan. So they are trees that were chosen to thrive in shallow tree wells. So they were under, they were built, I think they were put in by Biomed, am I correct? So these are under our current tree plan. These are healthy trees. I am not an arborist, but please evaluate these trees in a fair manner, and please understand that we're going to be looking at them as valuable assets on those streets. I do want to align myself with some comments made by the community members and by a representative who is still here with Emery Go Round with the ETMA, not only to work on routes and timing, but it would be great if you guys could share a corp yard so you're not parking your shuttles in that very, very tight area where, with the shuttle turnaround. If you are able to share a corp yard as well as timing and scheduling resources with ETMA, that can be a very beautiful area that is a delightful place to be picked up and dropped off for all manner of people. And it can be open to folks who will inevitably want to traverse from that shuttle drop-off, not only to your campus, but to Bay Street and to the South Bayfront Bridge. That shuttle drop-off should not be looked at as a walled-off area solely for a very specific purpose of only servicing this campus. It is servicing the whole community. And guess what? You guys are going to be part of the PBID that contributes to Emery Go Round anyway. You should have a voice with what they're doing. And I think it'll save you money in the long run to work with them so that you're not duplicating services. The same actually goes for AC Transit, just in terms of coordination. But I think the deep coordination needs to happen with the ETMA. On a similar note, I think you need to, it's clear to me tonight that there needs to be an active, coordinated effort to work with community groups who are going to be able to offer you constructive ideas. And recently in Emeryville history, the Emery is a project that could be looked at where there was a coordinated effort on the behalf of the community to work on a community benefits agreement with the developers. And I think that was a very fruitful and successful endeavor. And it gave the policymakers and the decision makers a lot of comfort knowing that the community had say and buy-in with the project. I don't think you guys are there yet. We have time to get there. I believe it. I believe that you have work to do in getting there, however. And I want to make a comment to the public, which is based on the comments that I heard tonight, I think it's really important to engage in the EIR scoping process and that you all come to those meetings as well, because that is where we're actually going to have an impact on specifically what is looked at, what is measured, what is focused on. Certainly everyone's got their own biases on what they want to see in this EIR, and you need to actually bring them to those EIR scoping meetings to make sure that the Planning Commission and the City Council hear your voices on what you'd like. Finally, I just want to highlight a couple, like one specific thing that a community member mentioned, which I don't think is a bad idea, but a 3D rendering view is something that, as a planning commissioner, I appreciate as well as we look forward at this project. Thank you.
All right. I just want to start by thanking the public for coming to tonight's meeting, providing comments, and really engaging with the applicant and staff and the city on this project. It's really important that everyone expresses their concerns and answers their question. This is a study session, so it's the very preliminary stages of this project, and I know that folks really want to be engaged throughout the entire process, so there's still multiple public meetings to come. We don't have all of the information yet. We have more questions than answers at this point, and we really need a robust study and more details on the proposed application, and a lot more communication on both sides between the neighbors, the community, different neighborhood associations, and the applicant as well as organizing with Oakland and various other organizations. I also want to recognize the regional importance of the application. It's not just a hospital, but it's a regional serving hospital with 20,000 vehicle trips for folks that are getting the healthcare that they need, maybe life-saving care. And I do want to recognize that that is incredibly important in a regional context as well. I agree with a lot of my fellow commissioners in that a robust TDM plan is needed, and in coordination with the existing public transport infrastructure, and how that could benefit both parties and increase services for not only the public using Emeryville Go Around, but for your employees and users of the hospital as well. I urge some better communication with Grifols and looking at how the public circulation could be improved. I know there was some consideration of a private shuttle to and from the Amtrak station. The Amtrak station is half a mile. It's very walkable. There could be really some great public improvements that make that walk easier for pedestrians, that connect that to the project site. There's going to be a need for commercial, retail, food, and that connectivity to Bay Street and how that could be improved upon, and allow better access for your employees and for users of the hospital as well. Let's see. Overall, I think the project is going to need a lot more analysis, especially with the helicopter. I'd like to see the flight paths, the usage. There was brief descriptions about estimated number of trips, but I saw fewer details on the noise impacts. And I know this will be eventually analyzed in the EIR, but it's something to consider. And neighbors have expressed their concern regarding noise and light pollution as well. So those are details that we can expect in future applications that we'll pay attention to. I think that's it for now. Yeah.
Oh, Sam, you have comments?
Yes, I do.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So, just starting big picture, we can get into details later, but one thing that I want, well, first off, I appreciate all the members of the public for coming here, for Sutter coming to meet with us, and for staff for preparing such a wonderful staff report that helped guide me as I thought through this process. The structure of the building itself, the height, I'm honestly not very concerned about the height. We are in an urban core that's 20-ish minutes from downtown San Francisco by transit, which is closer than most of actual San Francisco is to downtown San Francisco by transit. In terms of the other site, B1, I would love if we could help eat up some of those potential car trips by providing more housing there. It's only 3 stories proposed now, and I feel like we could do so much more with that. In terms of the walkability and bikeability of the neighborhood, I think we're thinking in the wrong direction here. To me, full removal of the diverter is a deal breaker. As a city, we've made significant investments in walkability, bikeability, and transit. And all the constraints that you brought to us regarding vehicle traffic, those were intentional. We put in those constraints to reduce vehicular traffic through the neighborhood. Those aren't an accidental thing. We recognize that cars have a large negative externality on the neighborhoods that they drive through. but increased transit service, such as through shuttles or other alternatives, have a universal benefit where now people have more frequent access to transit nodes like BART stations in the area. So try and think of how we can work through the constraints. And there are things we could work through, like with the specific details on the city side, like maybe we need retractable bollards at the diverter to allow ambulances or shuttles through or something. But I don't think I can support this project if it's trying to demolish some of the infrastructure we worked so hard for so many years to make our streets quieter and safer. And I also understand the concerns of the residents at 53rd Street, especially regarding through traffic due to the new hospital. It would be a very easy cut through. I think there's potential there for a right turn only restriction from westbound 53rd Street, so you can only go north on Hollis to prevent through traffic cutting from San Pablo to the hospital. And maybe the same going eastbound on 53rd, right turn only to southbound Hollis. So other possibilities we could think through, but I don't think the answer is opening up the floodgates and letting as many cars through as possible. I think we need to start getting creative here. And that's all I'll say for now.
So first off, I also appreciate the community input, and I would suggest that it's important to hear, and that one should keep, not only should one be at the early meetings like today, but have to be persistent and keep attending future meetings. In line with that, I think it's, I was not impressed with the applicant's community process thus far. It does not seem to be rigorous or really reaching out to groups. I am an architect who's done a lot of affordable housing projects, and I know that on projects we've had 20 community meetings early in the process, meeting with every stakeholder group possible. And I would suggest you should be meeting with every stakeholder group that you've seen today. The 53rd Street neighbors, absolutely. The Golden Gate neighbors, absolutely. And, you know, just, you have to reach out and you need to hold these meetings and you need to hear them, and then you need to try and address their comments with your design proposals. I think I very much appreciated the 53rd Street community group and their analysis that they provided beforehand that was in the form of they met with BIPOC, they met with the senior aging group, they met with Park and Recs, and then they had all these notes and comments and everything. I thought that was great. And I thought they were also quite reasonable, measured comments, basically saying that they expect the project will go through, but with that, here's the things that need to be addressed. So I think they can be addressed with creative design. So for example, can't think of any neighborhood in Emeryville that has parking tag system, but that's what's done in other cities in order to prevent staff or visitors from parking in neighborhoods. So, you know, there are, and the biking, the impact on biking is very critical. I saw one comment about having a two-way biking path on the south side of 53rd, which seems like potentially a good idea, would avoid the curb cuts of the new building. So good design will address a lot of these concerns, but first you have to hear the concerns, and secondly, you have to be very dedicated and committed to solving them. So I would hope that the next time we see a submission from you in front of us, that we start to see evidence of this kind of action. I think in line with that, the community benefits package that was mentioned, it needs to be memorialized, needs to be written, absolutely, of course. Can start to address many things, such as working with seniors. Sounds like a great idea. And for Sutter to commit to having a presence to do so, I think would be the kind of thing that would really make a much more compelling project. And there were some other issues that were brought up, like night lighting and things like that, that I think were all good. And absolutely, the shuttle, you do need to work with the Emery go-round system. Not that you need to use them necessarily, but first you have to meet with them and work out the arrangements, and perhaps it is working with them, using them, and perhaps it's at least not conflicting with them. So, but there has to be close coordination, because the last thing we want to do is cannibalize a fantastic system. The site circulation drawings, you need to zoom out. You know, you didn't even show San Pablo in those site circulation drawings. Clearly that sort of indicates the narrowness of the view, and our Oakland residents and our Oakland council person has brought out very good points. So I think on the other hand, the intersections that were indicated on the transportation study did indicate several intersections on San Pablo, so I understand that it's being included, but the drawings we saw today didn't show that as part of the concern. So it's good that you're taking that into account. I think the location of the building itself is a decent location, because, and I double-checked my aerial view, it's not within a block of any residence. It's 2 blocks from the Doyle Street co-housing. It's 2 blocks from the Emery Bay project. It's 2 blocks from the Artist Co-op. And the closest residents, I think it's 500 feet because I measured it, are the Emery residents on the far side of the garage. They're the closest, but they're on the far side of the garage, so they're really quite well buffered. So in those terms, it's much better than Site 1, for example, would be right next to many people. So I think it's good that it's buffered in that sense. Now, obviously, there are a lot of other issues that are raised, but I am waiting to see all the results of the much more detailed transportation study and other things like that. By the way, I would suggest to the community, you should take a look at the scoping of the CEQA study, the environmental study, which is really detailed. And it does call out for 3D simulated views from, I think, something like 20 locations. And one of them should be from the Doyle Street co-housing. I think that's a good idea. But it also calls out all kinds of the transportation, shadow and wind impact, just everything you can think about. It's a very cohesive, not cohesive, very comprehensive study. A couple suggestions. On the shuttle, I would suggest mirroring the shuttle with the green space. Right now you have the shuttle itself to the south, green space to the north. If you mirror it, then you can probably instead of being just off the intersection with Horton and 53rd, I think you could use the same stoplight. You could use the stoplight to go into the shuttle area. That would allow the shuttle to actually, be coordinated and not have to do 2 right turns. It could actually use the intersection. Since the entering drive is to the north, there's a blind corner there because of the building, but you're entering, so that's not a problem. And the exiting would be to the south. That has more space away from that building. So, and secondly, having the landscape space next to the plaza, the park, would be, then you can start to benefit the park. And I totally agree that the idea that this should be a way to improve our open space in our in our plazas, et cetera, we should be seeing benefits from what you do. One would think you could park your, well, I mean, if it's short-term parking for the shuttles, yes, that's fine. You could, but even if it's on the north, it'd be a much better location. If it's like nighttime security, why not put it in the garage or someplace else? You know, I would think that would be possible to do. Because I agree that the fencing issue is an important thing. Second thing is on the Chiron crosswalk, I would suggest you move it south so it aligns with the muse that occurs between building 2, 3, and 4, which is very pleasant walking space. If you, the other day I was riding my bike around looking at this site. You walk between those two buildings, it's very pleasant. If you had the crosswalk right in line with that, it really starts to knit things together. Site security coordinate. On the site one, absolutely, I think 2 stories of medical office building seems like a waste of a site. It's so low density. And I think housing would be fantastic because the idea of workforce housing is such a need. And I'm sure your employees have difficulty finding housing nearby. And if this were privately developed, perhaps you could actually guarantee it to your employees. And that would be a pretty incredible benefit. And then I would maximize the density. I'd go 5 stories, type 3 over 1. Because you don't have to have I think people can get by without a very high proportion of cars. So I would really densify that. Yep, that's basically it. I mean, I think I look forward to more detail in the future presentations, and but I'm glad that we had all these comments because it tells you that I think you have a lot of work to do in terms of working with community.
Well, thanks again, everyone, for coming tonight, commenting and presenting. Nice long meeting. I'm going to make it a little bit longer here as I have plenty to talk about, but I will try to get through it kind of quickly. Let me start actually with some of these comments we got because I want to springboard off of at least 1 or 2 of these. Well, first of all, I want to respond, even though I think a lot of the people from Oakland left. I want everybody who came in here representing Oakland to understand that we all have specific duties to Emeryville as planning commissioners, but I speak for myself, and I feel like this is probably reflective of the views on this commission that we understand the importance of our relationship with our neighboring cities and are always looking at the way we impact each other and can work together better. We heard a lot of negative comments about ECCL parking. I would say that's maybe outside of this conversation, but in fact, we're probably going to have to do some serious redesigning of 53rd Street if this happens, and so obviously a lot of that is going to have to be worked out. I was actually a little bit surprised by some of these commuting numbers of an expectation, not commuting, but traffic, an expectation of 5% coming down 53rd. That's actually not crazy to me. That makes sense. 30 to 35% coming west of the tracks on Powell, mostly off the highway was a little bit surprising to me. It's still a lot of car trips. It's a lot of car trips. Let me come back to that real quick because there's one of these comments that I really want to elevate, and maybe we were just thinking along the same lines because we shared BPAC space for years, but I too see this diverter as a promise to the community that removing it would break. If you haven't been involved with advocating for these improvements for years and years and years until you get them and you see the difference that it makes in the community that you live in, maybe you can appreciate how people feel about that. But what the applicant is asking us to do is to just completely rip the bandage off and not only allow all of these car trips into this section of the city, but also let through all of the extra car trips that have nothing to do with this project or even the places that they're driving through because they can easily cut through. I'm not saying that there's not a way forward where we remove the diverter, but I am saying that it is much, much more difficult because the bar of improvements that you have to make in order to make that not genuinely like have these really drastic negative effects on this neighborhood is really significant and possibly not within reach. But you know, this is such a big project that I wanted to make sure that we addressed some like big think stuff, because obviously we have a lot of documents that outline this stuff, but our strategy as a city when it comes to this kind of thing, if I could try and simplify it, is actually one where we are accepting the path of making some stuff worse while we make other stuff better. In this case, that has been, we are accepting higher traffic impacts so that we can improve infrastructure and make the active transportation network transcend those impacts, which is very much a real thing. You can go to lots of places that are both very high traffic and very high active transportation use. It's possible. I took a trip to Stockholm like 2-3 years ago, and I got to see like the thing every American is just dying to see, which is an actual mass cyclist commute in the morning. It was wonderful. You know what else I saw a lot of in Stockholm? Traffic. This is true of most of the places actually that we look up to as places that really have their network together. Their network transcends the traffic. The problem here is the combination of let's add a bunch of traffic and let's remove a major strategic piece that helps mitigate that traffic. And so from that perspective, this is a very difficult site to work. I think there's a lot of perspectives from which, and Vice Chair Henry just went over this, there's a lot of perspectives from which this is a workable or correct location. But if the means of getting the employees in and out of this site requires tearing up one of our most important traffic mitigation pieces in the area, that is breaking a promise to the community, and that is also diverging from our general strategy. And so I would strongly encourage the pursuit of some other options. Now, I do have some recommendations. Some of them are going to have, relatively minor impact if they're workable. Some of them would have really major impact, but whether or not they're workable is more in question. I am going to get into that, but I just, before I turn the page away from these comments, I think one of the things that shone through a lot was the degree to which the applicant has not adjusted this project to what the community wants. I am disappointed to have waited this long and find that we are at this point with this proposal. I am going to be charitable and say that I read this as a statement of operational needs that we're supposed to build off of. But as we announced before we got into this, we had ex parte communications. I know on my end, I spoke about very few things on that call, and one of the things that I said were priorities were, how are you going to link into the local active transportation network? And how are you going to be taking care of your employees with this design? And I frankly don't see either of those things in the way this is designed right now. And part of the reason I say that is because this city is designed to take care of people. You just have to put them out there. And right now we have a hospital complex that's very interior facing, overwhelmingly car focused, and doesn't seem to have any major efforts to reach out and link to the network. Even worse than that, this hospital, if it was built with the diverter, as small as it is, has a traffic-free crossing from the hospital to the greenway, and that's part of what you want to remove from your project, is the ability for your employees who are under a lot of stress at an urgent care facility to walk out the front door stress-free and get on our beautiful low-stress walking network with the mall and the parks and the dogs and a wonderful community. Truly. You know, I had a, yeah, actually, I'm going to skip that comment. Now, I want to get into some more specific things. Let's talk about shuttles. My stance is very much that if you have a shuttle that is not doing a Sutter operation specific route in this town, that should be taken care of by the Emery go-round. If there's not a real specific reason that it has to be done by a Sutter service, it should be taken care of by the Emery. Going between Sutter facilities, fine, that's not the Emery go-round's job. But like West Oakland to the Sutter site, yeah. One of the big problems we have, one of the reasons that this is actually so hard to make work, is this general issue of a bunch of siloed capacities all over the place. Siloed capacities are inefficient. Ask anybody. So you have one shuttle system, you have another shuttle system. You have either one doesn't have space, one has a bunch of space, one left at the time somebody wanted, but it wasn't marked for them, so they got on the later one. It's a bunch of waste. If people are moving from something like the West Oakland BART to the middle of our city, that is exactly the kind of thing that Emery Go-Round is for. And I just don't see any reason to have any Sutter livery shuttles when we can have a clearly public shuttle. And even with the Emery Go-Round itself is a little bit of a reflection of this problem, but accidentally, because there's even a lot of people who don't even know that the Emery Go-Round is a public shuttle. Right? So adding on top of that with more shuttles on different systems that are not even for the people of Emeryville, it's a bunch of waste. It's a bunch of waste and it's unnecessary. Let's see. Especially with, you know, such an efficiently run system. I just want to emphasize that I absolutely don't want to see any parking offloaded to this parking structure if this hospital gets built. That has to go someplace else. Just to be clear, we did talk about it, but if it being used right now, obviously it's not impacted. It doesn't really matter. Okay. So let me start with a small ball when it comes to you know, the ideas I have as far as extra traffic mitigation that might not come up in this regular programming, and as a result. There's three basic ways to go about this. You got one, which is trying to reduce traffic through mode shift, all right? That's the classic one. I actually had this in front of me. So the other one is to relocate some of that parking, something that y'all do already. But there's another one that's more highly compatible with the site. And my big problem with this project is that I don't feel like it is connected to the context at all. And so this is some of the context. The context here is that this is a really beautiful part of town that is nice to spend time in. And some of that is incomplete. Every project that comes in should be doing more to complete that. One of the ways that you can help solve the traffic problem is by shifting things from peak to a little bit earlier. That requires enabling people to show up earlier, which is a challenge. People have a lot of things going on in the morning, right? There's a limited number of people that you can say, why don't you come park early and start your morning in Emeryville? But it's absolutely possible. You just have to think about what people need. one of the things people need in the morning, if their parents, they're probably not, if they're driving here, they're probably not dropping their kid off at the school. So probably not school drop-offs. But they may need childcare, and as has been mentioned, we're going to have major childcare impacts from this. Just like housing, if you can have childcare that is nearby to where parents can park their car in your parking structure and walk their kid to childcare in the morning and then walk to work and add whatever it is to their morning routine else that works, that is a parent that may be arriving early, or that is a parent that may be arriving by transit, because going to multiple locations when you're on transit is really difficult. But going basically to the same location with your kid is something lots of parents can and will do. And then staff put in the request for food trucks. Way ahead of me on that, apparently. I absolutely believe that food trucks have to be a part of this program. Any major employment center basically has food trucks show up if they don't plan for them. And why not plan for them at this stage? If you plan for food trucks, you can design space for them, and that is a lot more effective than just having them pull up to a curb and like throw out rubber seats or something like that. The shuttle stop, if you design it perfectly or design it well, is a great spot for that if you make space for it. It's a great spot for it because that's where people are going to be getting out in the morning, and it's also where people are going to be sometimes waiting for the shuttle in the evening, and it's also a major intersection of the Greenway and 53rd Street and just up from a bunch of housing and right next to the South Bayfront Bridge across from the mall. And A, mall food is not always available, and B, for a lot of stuff, a food truck is just the right approach, all right? Other than that, you've got basically people are getting breakfast and exercising and relaxing in the morning. The people who really prefer to relax in the morning, you're probably not going to get to the site early. You can't do too much about them. You can give them some high quality Wi-Fi. That definitely helps. But we have at least three gyms within a pretty short radius of the site, but not so convenient that people can conveniently park their car, go to the gym, shower, because I'm assuming you don't have a bunch of like gym showers planned for this building, and then get back to work. If you enable people's morning routine, you can get them to show up early. In this case, one of the ways you can enable people's morning routine, other than, and I think this is going to be very thoroughly covered, adding bike share, micro mobility, stuff like that, we can have shuttle routes in the morning that specialize in getting people quickly between some of these morning amenities and the site. I've taken a look at it, and I've never designed a shuttle route before, but I'm pretty sure there's some good options that get people around, that get them to breakfast, get them to the gym, get them right back to Sutter in such a cycle that they feel confident going and doing that. And look, I know that the stuff that I just listed off, even if we do all of these things, that there's only a small number of people that are going to show up for that. You put out a Tai Chi club, you coordinate a run club, whatever it is you've got to help people exercise in the morning. No matter what you do, a lot of people are going to show up right before work. So this is massaging numbers, just like the housing ultimately would massage numbers. But 50 trips, a few dozen trips, 100 trips, something like that during rush hour is a pretty high impact, actually. It's just not enough to be able to park everybody and still have this diverter, which is a very important thing for us to at least make a serious attempt at doing before we can vote on this. I think the community's been very clear about how much they want that diverter saved, and they have very good reasons for that. The big thing that we can actually do to change this is to get a little bit more creative about your off-site parking. There are lots and lots of parking spaces in this area, talking about siloed capacity. Well, I have several hundred parking spaces I'm not using. Well, I have several hundred parking spaces I'm not using. Well, I want to open up a new business. Time to open up another parking structure. This is how it happens because we have a bunch of independently owned and operated parking structures that do not work together. It doesn't have to be like that. It absolutely doesn't. There is another parking structure in the area that was built by Grifols. It has massive unused capacity. There is a massive parking structure that is attached to the mall, which is right across the beautiful South Bayfront Bridge, right across from your current parking structure that I absolutely guarantee you in the morning hours before they hit their peak, like sometime in the evening, has massive amounts of parking available. Those folks, just like stakeholders all around the city, just like people all around Oakland, these are all stakeholders that need to be brought to the table and talked to. I don't see any evidence of coordination or communication here so far. And I do know that Sutter Health, in their announcement of this project, said it would make them the biggest employer in this city. But there's a big gap between being the biggest employers in the city and being community leaders. And that is all in the communication. And right now, that has to be leveled up several times for this process to go forward effectively. So there's one last big thing that I want to talk about, and I think I'm pretty much done. And that parking structure, which it's like site H or B12 or one of the two. It's the H and 12, right? You've got that parking structure, and you've got the Pfizer building, and in between that, you've got this small building and a big parking lot that you almost never see anything happening inside. That site added to this project does everything we need it to. It does everything we need it to. All right, that site, and along with some kind of cooperation or whatever it is that is required with Griffles, can fix a whole lot of problems. The Griffles parking garage, the mall parking garage, these are very, very nearby parking spaces that if you can come to an agreement with those folks, and remember, you have parking too. So yeah, they want to protect their parking. Well, you have parking. The problem is you have parking on one side of the diverter, you have parking on one side of the railroad tracks, you have parking in the center of this very traffic-sensitive neighborhood, right? If you can spread that out pretty close by, you can, we can save the diverter because there's a lot of traffic that can go in those garages and then come right back out those garages and not create the network problems where we're going to have congestion. Now, as far as Griffles goes, there's incentives with Griffles are complicated. Incentives with Griffles in this whole project are complicated because you have this shared PUD with them. And as people noted in the report, this development would bring the PUD within about 600,000 square feet, I think, of being capped out from what was originally allotted. Not only that, but if we were to go forward with this project as it is, not only would we have a tremendous increase in traffic and the removal of the diverter, but there's plenty of people along this corridor who have a right to develop more and intensify the use on this corridor. And inevitably, this project is going to have a huge impact on whether that becomes a nightmare for the community or they're even able to do that. I don't know which way it's going to go, but one way or another, there's either going to be a dramatic increase in traffic well over not just this, that is so much higher than what was planned. And what a lot of people don't realize is they've had a certain level of traffic, and that level of traffic compared to what has been planned and entitled is actually quite low. What we've had is a lot of stuff that just hasn't gone forward. Sorry, I had a lot of ground to cover, and I'm trying to keep my thoughts together. Okay, so Griffles is complicated, but your parking structure is across from their biggest parcel, right? Your parking structure with 1,991 parking spaces is right across from their biggest parcel. And you got plenty of parking to go around. The point is trying to park everybody through these two gates in this one part, and the interior of this neighborhood is a very, very difficult sell when there are absolutely other options. It just requires some cooperation and creative planning. And I'm not saying it's an easy road, but we weren't asking for something easy here. All right, now actually to my final thing. This parcel that I was talking about attached to that parking structure, the Temescal runs underneath it, and I want to make sure everybody is very, very aware of that. The Temescal runs underneath this parcel and like weaves out towards Horton. And that Temescal, past these, is daylighted all the way out to the bay, not counting, the tracks and the highway. Those don't count. Last year, I made a presentation to Parks and Rec trying to propose a park over at the end, at the last bit before it hits the highway. And it turns out, because it's Emeryville, there's all kinds of contaminated soil under there, and there's a bunch of reasons why we can't do it. This is a location where theoretically it could be done, but I don't know because of the soil quality. But I do know that we love having the Temescal daylighted, and daylighting a contiguous section like this would be a huge win for the community. You could also theoretically, again, expand this. The very ceiling of what you can accomplish here is a naturalized creekside park contained within the space between this parking structure and your shuttle, and all of this design space to make a bunch of programming, including shuttle routing and seating and public space that we are currently at negative of for this project. There's public space that has been taken away from this project and none that is proposed to be added. This could be, especially when you look at the surrounds, the front door of your hospital and one of the nicest parks in this city. You would have amazing views from all around. Even if you sealed off an interior area and said this is for the waterfowl, because if you look at the Temescal, there's always waterfowl in there. There's all the species that we have. They're in there despite the fact that it's not designed for them at all. It's just what can be accomplished on this site does so much for this project, for the community. It allows you to mass differently if you have this parcel. It allows you to have a better designed hospital on a better connection to the network that brings a very clear and permanent benefit to the community, that people don't have to look up a contract to say, what did we accept all of this traffic for? And people on Parks and Rec pointed this out. This surprisingly didn't come up tonight, but people in Parks and Rec pointed out, for the sake of your own employees, this is a disappointing integration, because your own employees who are under so much stress, trying to save people's lives and sometimes failing, the city is going to be out that door for them. As I said last year, I want to see these employees connected beautifully to the city so they can enjoy these stress-free areas of Emeryville that we have worked so hard to build, and what to me makes this a good site. So to me, this implementation is setting aside the part of this context that makes this a really good site. Whether you're coming here for medical care or you're providing it, it can be a very hard day. And we have a place that can be good for people on very hard days. But not if you're making them cross a bunch of streets and weave around a bunch of this and that and absolutely choking the neighborhood out with traffic. There are a bunch of options here. If y'all get more creative, start talking to your neighbors and start looking a little bit more expansively at this project. This is a tough sell. It's way above even what we had planned, which, as I said, is way above what people have been experiencing. And when I say we, I mean in the 90s. It's an incredibly intensified use with, at this point, almost no clear public benefit other than the presence of urgent care, right? And I say that as someone who had to take my partner to Sutter urgent care last year. Like, I understand the value of urgent care, but I've had to do that once in the 12 years I've been living in the East Bay. I live here every day. The impacts are every day. Most people aren't going to look at the traffic and say, okay, but someday I'm going to need that urgent care facility. They're going to look at their neighborhood being drowned in traffic and look at us and ask, well, we broke our promise. We need better options. We need better options that show that you appreciate the context, that that's why you're building here. And we need better options that clearly bring in the community and the other stakeholders. And that is what I have to say about this. I would love to make this project work. I was very excited to hear that a hospital might be opening in Emeryville, but this proposal is very tough. Does anybody have any further comments?
Mr. Chair, are we going to go through the questions? Because there are some areas where I would like to join in on some comments made by my fellow commissioners. So beginning with number one, does the commission have any comments or direction on the circulation plan and transportation improvements? I did want to just agree with yourself and with Commissioner Gould about the traffic diverters, that is, the public brought this up as well, that is, those were thoughtfully placed onto Horton for good reason over a years-long process. Where we had, other traffic calming measures put in first, and this was the last measure that we put in. So I just wanted to agree with that. So just wondering if anyone else has any comments on question one.
I have a comment on the fiscal analysis that'll be done. I think it's important to analyze the cost of those improvements and how much it costs the city to build out the entire infrastructure and what would be lost if we're removing that. So that should be accounted for in that fiscal analysis.
I also wanted to mention that it goes beyond just the one diverter too. This is something that has wide-reaching traffic impacts throughout a very large region of the city. So rather than figuring out how we can increase vehicular capacity, we should be focused on how do we reduce the capacity that might be induced by this new project. Where else can we introduce traffic calming measures to slow traffic? Where else can we try to divert traffic from neighborhood routes onto these more main routes where they can get to the parking garage? And how do we make trips evaporate that would have been taken either with housing or with alternatives like integrating the shuttles with the Emery go-round, or even bike share, like working to add a bike share station right at the hospital that people can use.
True.
Let's read the questions.
We already did one.
Are we done with one?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Has the commission identified any potential impacts on fiscal, public service, or public health, safety, and welfare issues that would not be addressed in the CEQA process? I totally forgot. It's actually funny. I feel like this barely came up. So oh, thank you. Sorry, let me go ahead and reread that. Has the commission identified any potential impacts on fiscal, public service, or public health, safety, and welfare issues that would not be addressed through the CEQA process? We already mentioned, obviously, the issue of this being a nonprofit and the long-term tax implications, but I just really want to make it clear that the issue is that Emeryville is extremely small compared to the impact and cost of this that we'd be expected to eat, and unfortunately in this situation it does not seem to be one in which there's any way we can recover that other than from the applicant. It seems like we're just enough of an aberration that this has just not, I guess, been considered in like state policy or anything like that, that there might be some kind of a bigger pool for these kinds of impacts. There is for all kinds of other things, but I don't, it's a lot of impact for a population 14,000 city, even if we have certain fiscal advantages, they aren't that big.
I think the hiring of this fiscal consultant is a good idea. I'm assuming they will identify much more than probably any of us on the planning commission can. So, all right, let's go on.
All right, does the commission have any comments on the proposed scale of the housing variant proposed at the B1 site? Yep, make it as big as possible.
I think we already addressed that one. Okay.
Agreed.
4.
Does the commission have any input on the design of the shuttle depot? Does anybody have anything to add?
We talked about that one also.
I do have a little thing to add.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I think with, like, we've talked a lot about the fence restricting access, but also just accessibility in general, making sure that it's easy to go from the South Bayfront Bridge to the shuttle depot if you're going to the West Oakland BART station or whatever, making sure that it's integrated with the community so you don't have to go to Horton, then walk back into the depot, like such a seamless integrated experience with the neighborhood. And I also agree with the staff report where aligning the exit with the existing traffic signal would be a great benefit.
Yep. Next.
Does the commission have any other comments or directions regarding the project?
Gave those.
Yeah, I just want to add to my comments earlier about parking because I spent the least time on what I thought was the most workable idea. Again, it's pretty obvious that mall peak parking demand is basically the opposite of y'all's peak parking demand. But one of the incentives that the mall might have to work with you is, you know, they just invested like $80 million or something into their lunch area, and having a bunch of employees going back to their car past places where they can pick up food or go shopping or anything like that. A mall is basically in the business of trading parking for foot traffic, so it should not be that hard to come to an arrangement with them. And I would like to note that all of these parking structures lack a solar canopy, and it is 2026. And if you haven't been looking at energy costs, and you haven't been looking at the rising efficiency of firm solar or just solar at all, let me tell you, fossil fuels are over. They're just, it's kind of like, you know, towards the end of The Lord of the Rings, when like Gollum and Frodo are struggling, but the ring's already in the air, right? There's a war going on outside. There's all kinds of people dying every moment. Every second that ring is dropping, there's someone losing their life. But it's dropping, right? This has been won. Renewables have won. We're just waiting to catch up. And not having solar on parking structures is kind of, I didn't even talk about the big gray box. There is just so much to talk about. I didn't even talk about the big gray box. Your big parking structure is a physical object. That parking structure, I don't see any reason why there should not be a full solar canopy. There definitely needs to be more chargers. We need to be anticipating, no matter how hard this has been fought, that electric vehicles are going to be increasingly filling up that garage over the years. We've got people trying real hard to stop that from happening. It's still going to happen. It might be delayed a few years, the transition in America, but it is still going to happen. And so one of the things that I would like to see out of this is some agreements about the parking structure regarding doing upgrades to it, making sure it's got something like a solar canopy. You could probably put like 3 sides of solar on that thing at this point, making sure that the green wall gets grown in, and making sure that whatever happens, this thing no longer looks like a 1990s parking structure, but actually looks like something that is current, that people don't hate looking at from all around. You think people are going to hate looking at the hospital? People hate looking at this parking garage from all over, Emeryville, the East Bay, everywhere. And I know Sutter did not build this building, but y'all bought it, and so it is now your responsibility. And I would like to see some very serious proposals on how that is going to be made a better, more modern parking structure as well as a more beautiful one. I don't, as far as the beauty goes, I would like cost-efficient treatments because green walls and solar panels are like the number one option for me. So like, I'm not looking for like a $100,000 new facade with wavy lines or anything. I want something efficient, and I mostly want green. But we've got to do something about it. People hate that building, and they are right to. It's ugly as hell. All right, I think that really does conclude my comments.
All right, that's it.
Okay.
That's it.
I just want to end with, I'm looking at an overhead of the total PUD, including Griffles, and the biggest empty canvas, and I'm sure you're aware of this, is that surface parking lot. I hope you talk to them about that and the possibilities of what that could be. That could still accommodate the parking that they need, because I'm looking at a picture that's taken in the middle of a day, and I'm assuming it's a weekday because the parking lot is occupied, but it's maybe at 30% capacity parked. I think that whole parcel should be considered in context. So, thank you. Thank you, Chair, for your comments today, and my fellow commissioners.
All right, it looks like everybody is satisfied on this commission. Thank you, everybody. I hope to see some great things next time we meet. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. I'm going to close this item, and we're going to move on. Thank you. Oh, wow, I put my agenda somewhere. It's the ATP with Navarre.
Let's get it going.
It's too bad we got to throw the whole thing out, huh?
There you go. I'm sure we're really excited to talk about this right now. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Commission. It's going to be good. Oh, well. In short. Oh, I didn't do the whole thing. Okay. That's pretty cool. That's a new feature. Yes. I didn't share it right. Is it still supposed to have all that stuff on it? All right. So, active transportation plan. Many of you were involved in this. Why is it not? Okay, do it like this. No? Okay, there we go. So as you may all recall, active transportation plan is our blueprint for what we're going to do about active transportation and up till about 2033. It's approximately a 10-year plan. Welcome. I'll wait. And it focuses on projects that will have the most impact on improving safety, comfort, and mobility for all in the city. It was a robust public participation process with over 1,300 participants. And the vision, just to refresh your memory, in short, is the city of Emeryville is a community where active, sustainable transportation is the easy choice. It is safe, comfortable, equitable, and accessible to all. So in the active transportation plan, there are 6 goals, and they're all qualitative. So what we've done this year, and last year was the first year we did this because it's only 2 years old still, is go to BPAC and have a discussion about it and see what people said. Like, what's the vibe? How are people feeling about these qualitative goals? And in general, I'd have to say it was very positive comments this year, as it was last year, but it was a more integrated comment session. So people would say that something was connected and joyful. It was joyful and comfortable. So people were noticing that these goals are really interconnected and interdependent on each other. So you have 11 policy recommendations, and I broke it up in the report just like we do for our project support for our housing element and our general plan where we say are things complete, in progress, ongoing, or not yet. And a lot of the things we have are just kind of ongoing because they're things we say we're committed to. So we're not going to ever be complete on a lot of these things. But you know, we have a commitment to plan implementation. Here we are. We have CIP projects dedicated to this, and we have to evaluate opportunities for plan integration as we move forward, and we do that with every project. We have maintenance going on as a key item for our ATP. That's clearly critical to the entire city. Safe routes to school, despite not having a safe routes person dedicated right now in the city fully, we are working with the county to move forward on that, and we do have progress in that. We're continue to see our projects through a public safety lens and a safe routes lens. So we've marked that as progress on that. And then banning right turn on red, that's not really a complete thing because it was evaluated, and we're not going to do a blanket one for that for the city. We've made a commitment to that, but we've made a commitment to assess it as we move forward, and that was assessed this year. I'll talk about it a little bit more later on, but that's just going to be ongoing on a project-by-project basis, largely. For plan evaluation, here we are, right? We committed to checking in and seeing how we're doing, and then if we need to update the plan to go through and do bicycle counts and different types of traffic counts and pedestrian counts. Luckily, that's not relevant yet. We don't need to update it yet. And then leading pedestrian intervals, this is much like the ban of right turn. We're not doing a blanket-wide thing. We're assessing it as we go forward. And we made a lot of progress on that on 59th Street in Hollis this year. And then lowering of speed limits, continuing our great victory with the state on that, and actually being able to do that and getting more lowered speed limits throughout the city this year. So our programmatic recommendations, you'll notice that there's some overlaps in themes because things like safe routes and equity and things like that come up over and over again, but in different ways, right? How we apply them. So the 5 different focus areas for programmatic recommendations are equity, encouragement, education / safe routes to school, evaluation of the plan, and wayfinding. So we've continued to have ongoing work on this and progress in these areas, and some highlights for those or the tree planting that has happened over in 2025, particularly down at the marina, replacing a lot of the trees there. And then for encouragement, we have, let's see, 5 different sub-programs, and those are all going quite well. The bicycle-friendly community one is not yet because that's a program you apply to, and you have to have like substantial implementation of your plan. We're just not ready. It's only 2 years in. So we need to wait, and BPAC has talked about assessing that next year or the year after. And some program highlights for that are that we got 3 new bike share stations last year. That's our largest expansion since program implementation. So that's a huge one for connectivity in the city, and that's one of the things that BPAC noted, making the city more connected and equitable and joyful. And then encouragement highlights continued, or our car-free street events continue just being incredibly successful, like really great opportunities for community connection and involvement, and also ways that we involve our commercial community with our residential community. So businesses and residents that don't necessarily normally interacting, supporting each other, like for Bike to Work Day, which is a picture of right here. So I led right into that. And I know where this is a review of 2025 because we're a little bit late into 2026, but I just want to say that having participated in this so long in this city, it's so great to see how it just continues to evolve each year. And what we noticed, especially last year and this year, is the increased participation of children, and just a really high rate of youth participating, which is really fun for everyone, I think. And then bike parking retrofit program. So what this is about is recognizing that a lot of our existing residential housing does not have bike parking. We have bike parking regulations that you looked at earlier this year to update, and we have really strong ones now that are robust for residential. Last year we did initial work on conducting research for what buildings have bike parking and don't, and their conditions of approval. And in 2026, we're going to be actually doing surveys of that. So we're starting to look at that so we can figure out what can we do, where are the gaps, what's happening with the bike parking in residential context in the city. And for education safe routes, we have not specifically held any bicycling classes as a city or hosted them through other organizations, but that is something we're actively working on now, so hopefully that will happen in the near future. And we already discussed the Safe Routes to School program. And as I said before, you're supposed to have a coordinator, this interconnected program with the county, and we're trying to fill that in with the school, and I'm hoping to make a lot of progress on that this year by working with the school district on multiple things that we talk about in our housing element, our general plan, our ATP, and see how we can move things forward. And then for the evaluation part for traffic counts, that's ongoing. Nothing was applicable this year. Same for driver education. And wayfinding, we've made a lot of progress with the 40th Street project and the design of that, and I know a lot of you are involved in that. And so we're gonna keep working on that. Oops, I skipped something. Oh, project maps. So we have 4 project maps. And so when we look at our maps of the city, we kind of can visualize how much of the city has been touched by the projects we've done. Oopsies. Sorry, the mic sounds a little weird. So when we look at our major projects maps, the highlight from that are doing our initial analysis for the loop, the 40th Street and Shellman final design phase going through and being fully funded, Powell Street study out on the peninsula being substantially completed, and Hollis south of Powell under construction was still the status at the end of 2025. We moved on since then. And here's what that looks like, the highlighted portions. So that's a lot of the city highlighted in 2 years. And this map actually did not change from last year to this year because it was, all those things were still working together. Then for pedestrian improvements map, so that map, these maps are thematic, right? It's not like really different things are coming up, but they have the different focus. So this focus is the pedestrian one. So again, Powell Street is a highlight for that, and Hollis south of Powell is a highlight for that. And that looks like this. And what you also now see on this map is the purple, and that's showing what was done before the 2025 calendar year, but that's in the ATP. So in the year and a half before before 2025, all the purple was done, and then everything else is what's going on in 2025. So again, a large percentage of the city for 2.5 years. And then for spot improvements, yeah, I just, instead of doing a bullet point, I just showed this because we've been working for this for so long and people are so happy about it. And I didn't include it, but right when I was making this presentation, the green paint went down that same week. So I'm looking forward to showing you more pictures next year of after we've completed this plaza that we're like continuing to work on our intersections. And we're never done, right? This is ongoing. There's progress. I can't tell you things are complete most of the time, right? And that's a good thing. We just keep on working on things. And so the highlights for this year are those 2 green dots in the middle, which is where I just showed you, that those intersections where there was a substantial amount of work done. But you can see the highlights throughout the city again. And then for proposed bikeways, Doyle Street had a study finished for design. 40th Street and Shellmount, again, a highlight throughout this report. Adeline, between 40th Street and South, there was work for that, plan and design for bike improvements and ped improvements. And then, again, the Powell Street Peninsula planning work being completed for that and partially designed. And that's what this map looks like. And it kind of actually brings together some of the other maps. And so it has a larger percent of the map in purple from work being completed before, and then really showing that work in progress all along 40th, Shellman, the Loop, and Adeline Street. And then just a highlight from the bikeways improvement, and that's on Shellman there. And the top picture is last year, and you can see there was bike facilities, but it's just paint, and then now we have the bollards, we have the raised curb there with protected separation. So a substantial difference. And then something that's not mentioned in the ATP, but is significant towards implementation along with it, was a local roadway safety plan. You heard about that earlier tonight. That was adopted last year. And that really is about the safety side as opposed to the more rounded policy and programmatic side. So these two documents together moving forward will really work to fulfill a lot of our work on active transportation moving forward. And then some quick data, ped and bike counters in the city and bike share counts. Last year you asked for some data. Here it is. You can see we have some significant increases just in 1 year. Does anyone want to take one guess at what the busiest day for the bridge counter is? You can't. Like astronomically higher than any other day of the year.
Is it the parade?
You win, yes. So we have the holiday parade that goes from City Hall, and people walk and bike and roll over to Bay Street across the bridge, and just the numbers are just like that day, which is pretty fun to see. You know, it's a nice way to see how people are utilizing the bridge. And then looking at bike share usage, bike share, you know, we're a little tiny part of a much bigger system, and even in our little town, it's grown exponentially. A lot of that has to do with the program changing, developing, expansion, and e-bikes becoming more accessible, and then prices dropping. So things have worked in concert to help increase the growth on that. But it's just really good news in that venue. And that's one of the things we have written as a goal, is to increase bike share. So it's not just the stations, but the ridership. So we know that it's making a difference, is what I'm trying to say. And that concludes my presentation. So if you have any questions or comments, I'm here for it, and appreciate your attention at this late hour.
Commissioners? Go ahead.
The one comment I wanted to make was on lowering the speed limits, because I live on Christie and it was lowered to 20. Nobody drives at 20. I mean, it was 30 before, and most people drove faster than 30. I don't think the speed has changed at all. And I think when you drop it that low, it becomes so much out of the sort of, in other words, if it was 25, maybe, but when it becomes 20, it's so much out of people's habits that it's something like prohibition. In other words, everybody violates it. Nobody really takes it seriously. And that's what I've seen on Christie. So, I mean, the only way you can enforce that is if you really started ticketing everybody, and for days and days, which at least hasn't happened yet. And frankly, I've never, you know. So anyway, I question this idea of dropping the speed limit down to 20 in many situations. There may be some streets where it might make sense, but otherwise I think it becomes more of a, you know, feel-good gesture. Oh, we dropped the speed limit, but people haven't slowed down.
Yeah, it can't just be a sign, right? Just a sign alone is not going to do the trick. It's part of the toolkit. Yeah.
Can I jump on that?
I just wanted to, oh,
ahead,
sorry, coming in. I just wanted to thank you for coming to us with the presentation on all the progress we made. It's really exciting to hear, and I think based on the public comments made at our previous item, we can see this really is a city that prioritizes walkability, bikeability, and it's great to see the city is continuing our efforts towards that. I was curious, just one question, the map you showed still had the 40th Street project as like whatever the green color was, like sort of in progress. I'm curious where we are standing right now with the bidding process on that.
Well, the green would be if you could physically see the changes. I don't know, Mohammed, if you'd like to speak to that.
Sure. The 40th Street project, we're looking forward to bringing it to council for award of the construction project, possibly late 2025, but more likely late 2026, but more likely early 2027. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Still got a bit to wait.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on my colleague's question about speed, and I was wondering if we are interested in doing any automated speed cameras, if that has come up as a possibility. Because that would be a thing that would be very encouraging.
The question was about implementation of automatic speed cameras, if that's something that's on the table or being considered.
We don't currently have it programmed right now. Our main focus is for the LRSP at this point. I think we probably need to address the alarm.
It says we're here too late.
Yeah. And I think the LRSP is sort of the wider framework that we're using to focus on a variety of safety measures. And we have some lower hanging fruit than that particular tool, and we hope to get through those first.
Thanks. It's been very effective in San Francisco, so I was just curious, and I know Oakland's also deploying it. I was actually wondering how funding was going. If you could explain a little bit more around how that's going, either with state programs or local funding. You feel like you all are on track, or is it more challenging? How's it going?
I think you're probably the funding guy also.
Sure. Yeah, for funding, we really structured the CIP so that it can have one kind of freight train that does all of this work. That we closed out with 2 years of construction then we're about to bring that to council with culminating with the work that we did on Hollis. And so that continues to be our most, I think we're close to $2 million a year at this point. And that continues to be our most efficient way to get the most out of the number of staff that we have. Because we have 2 engineers that handle all of transportation related work. And so that's how we're trying to punch above our weight.
And then last question was about scooter education. If you're thinking about scooter education as along with bike education. I know folks that ride scooters tend to not be interested in being educated as much. But I also think that there may be some opportunities to provide some of that guidance, especially for really young people.
Yeah, I would say we don't have anything specifically lined up, but I'm certainly open to any suggestions or providers of such services.
Yeah, that is also a little bit hard.
Yeah, I mean, we've been partnering with organizations like Bike East Bay for bike education, but actually doing like pedestrian and scooter education is actually harder, so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
just
totally open to any ideas on that. Send me an email if something comes to your mind, and we can try and figure out how to coordinate that.
Thank you.
I would just say that inviting scooter riders to go to the same training, I actually made it a policy in my own household with teenagers that they're not allowed to ride electric scooters unless they take adult bicycle safety training, something I picked up from my friend Scott Donahue, which he's implemented in his own household. It wasn't a ban, but a strong suggestion and a gift of education. He's big into bike safety, and I am as well, and I think scooter riders could benefit from those adult bicycle classes because it gives them the awareness of all the traffic concerns.
Thank you.
As always, thanks for all the work and progress on this. I accidentally missed my last BPAC meeting.
Just assuming your presence.
No. I accidentally missed the last BPAC meeting, so I wasn't able to pass this along to them. But at the meeting, at a recent meeting before that, we were talking about safety approaches, like on the Greenway, where people are cycling on through, and then like what are the ways that we can make them aware they're coming up on a stop? And then I took my first little trip to Monterey in a little while, and I started paying attention. I don't know what the name of it is, but there is, a miles long linear park that runs through Monterey. And if you look at the spot that is right behind Cannery Row, right, that stretch that is just off of that, what you'll notice is that every time the pathing approaches asphalt for like 20 feet, they just change the concrete tile size. So you get tire vibrations, and it tells you to slow down. It's so simple, and they do it super consistently. And I think that's something we should look at for the Greenway. But yeah, we've been making such amazing progress. We've made progress on, one of my great hobby horses, which is the Greenway, of course. And, the real crown jewel of that progress was definitely this Powell-Hollis intersection, which was just a fantastic result. In a really important spot. So yeah, as always, great to see, and it does fill me with joy to see to see all of our progress and genuinely just myself enjoy walking on these streets more. All right, is that everybody? All right, closing this item, thank you very much. And I do believe that brings us to item 9, Planning Commissioner's comments. Do you guys have a lot of stuff to say? No? No? Okay, well, thank you, everybody. And we're adjourned. It's 11:11.
Recording stopped.